work the entire week to get to Friday, to be happy about Friday, to have the weekend just to turn around and do it again. Who the fuck designed this system? 5 and 2 is not the way to go. I mean, while we're going to revamp everything else in the world, I think we should really change that. I don't think 5 and 2 is the way to go. I just don't. Why should I mean, 4 and 3 is better, right? Work 4 days, get 3 off. Let me ask you a question. Did we just lose Julia? She'll come back.
She will return.
Yeah. So Mark, let me ask you a question.
Yeah, go ahead.
On what level are you a socialist? On what level?
That's a great question.
Yeah, of course it is.
People
man.
don't want to admit it, but I have some socialist answers.
Of course you do. We all do. I want to know on what level, 1 to 10, or I guess it'd be 0 to 10, right? 0 as in, how, I guess almost like
grandmother gets no benefits.
Hold on. I gotta bring Julia up. Yeah, all right, so let me bring Julia up and then I can continue on because there's that gap of when you go from listener to speaker. So,
Right. I always miss the issue as soon as that happens. I'm like,
Well, but you miss the issues when we're talking though.
Well done. Yeah, I guess I do.
So, I mean, that's okay. I'm just waiting for Julia to take it. She may be having some issues on her end. Okay, that's not the way I meant it. Don't lie. She's gone again. All right, we'll try it again. All right, so Mark, on 0 to 10, 0 is all right, grandma, you want some money at 85? Go out and fucking work for it. And 10 is, hey, everything, everybody owns everything, and we're all
right.
We're all going to share it equal.
29,000. I mean, so everybody.
Right. So, what's your number for being a socialist?
I'm going to say my best number is a 3.
A 3. Okay. What are the 3 things that you think the government should do? What are the 3 things? Because there's 2 things that we've inherently been told and that we all
got used to. Yep.
Right. And we've all been told and either have gotten used to or we agree with, which one is this whole 5 and 2 work week, which is a fucking scam. That's the first thing, right? So I guess there's 3 majors that are just a national pastime, yet it's total bullshit. And no one really questions it. I mean, we question it, but not to the point of, we're all going to go home and cry about it. One is this 5 and 2 work week, right? Mm-hmm. Number 2 is the fact that whenever we move money, make money, or earn money, it gets taxed, right? Obviously a big thing, but we've come to learn to live with it. And now with 87,000 IRS agents, you can now expect them at your house helping you fill out your tax form. Number 3... You know what? I forgot number 3. I don't even know.
Maybe Social Security. We got pretty used to that.
Yeah. We got social.
I mean, by large, the masses rely or count on or hope for Social Security. It's an established American thing at this point, like it or not.
Right. So I guess my question is, and you don't have to answer it, but I don't think anyone, which. We'll come back to your 3 here in a second. Your number 3. Not that there's 3 issues that you're going to die on the sword on, but look at the time for COVID, right? If you were eligible, everyone took the handouts. If you were not eligible and you had a business, everyone took the PPP loans. So I think to say that, you wouldn't take the hand. I mean, who's not going to take free money? Which obviously we're in our current state of inflation, right? Everyone has
Who's
money.
not gonna, it's better to say who's not going to take available money at the time and place, because we're paying for it and we will continue to.
Well, right, but I mean, but I guess the question is, I mean, how far do you have to go? Like, I've mixed in my Monopoly money with my real money now, and it seems to be working. Like, I went to Walmart and I used a real 20 and then a Monopoly 100, and I was able to walk out with $120 worth of goods.
Yeah, I'd say, let me try to describe my number 3 in this fashion, right? Obviously, we are all used to and we are reliant upon, and we all know about Social Security, and you hit a certain age, and many, if not most Americans, rely on that money or expect that money and paying to get that return, and that's become an understood American income and way of life, right? But I would say, to better describe my number 3 is, I've been all over America, been in most of the cities, and I'm grateful for that. And when I go to a city, let's say Philadelphia, who on many, many measures is a total disaster, okay? And in some measures, it's really beautiful. But when I talk about the government and socialism, the one thing that I have to give the win to, okay, with some socialism in Philadelphia, is they have these bicycle lanes all over. Now, Philadelphia is kind of north. And so Philadelphia is the northernmost, it's the number 5 city in America for bicycle lanes and bicycling, but it's so north, there's no other city that comes close. In other words, they're riding these bikes all winter long too, which is, winters in Philly are brutal. But, my point is, now
you're spending, Mark, you're spending way too much time on bikes.
Okay, all right, then I'll cut to the chase. Now I have these electric bikes. The electric bikes are doing 50, 60 miles per hour, delivering everyone's food. Everyone's food gets delivered by these electric bikes. You couldn't have that in a Republican, conservative, law and order city, because you can't have electric bicycles doing 50 miles per hour, hitting people and stuff. But if you are okay with a little bit of socialism, you're getting your food at 50 miles per hour on a bicycle. Everyone's doing it. Everyone's making the money, and everyone's eating their food in Philly, and everyone's happy. So there's an example. You could never pull that off in a deeply red city.
So let me ask you this: we have electric bicycles in Florida, but they don't go 50 or 60. They go like
fast up here.
Okay, like, do you really mean 50 or 60, or do you mean like the ones that we, or do you mean like the ones that we have where you can get them on the corner? You can actually, there's a GPS on them. You can get them on the corner. You can pay for them, and they go like 20 or 30.
No. I'm telling you guys, they're fast. They are fast.
Is that the normal
speed limit?
Is that the normal bicycle, or did you just happen to see someone who like souped up their bike?
No, this is not a one-off. I mean, I've only spoke to one of these guys once. In fact, it was in New York, not even in Philly. So I spoke to them once, but most of them are not American. Most of them, or if they're American, let's just say they don't speak English, right? And they operate these electric bikes, and I'm talking upwards of, if not 50 miles per hour, so fast. It's incredible. And I'm telling you that, sooner or later, and I think there has been a few fatalities, but it hasn't really hit the media. It hasn't really hit law enforcement. No one's really caring. And I say that you can only get that done in a in a culture of non-law enforcement. I mean, you just, AKA one of these very liberal cities.
Okay, so you are gauging your socialism status, which, by the way, the title of the room is Mark is a Socialist. So what you're saying is that the amount of socialism that runs through you has to do with bikes and food.
In this example, yes.
Yes. Okay, well, that was really your big example. Is there anything?
A huge example.
Yeah, it's big. I can obviously see it really means a lot to you. Is there anything else that you can talk about real quick that makes you a number 3 on a scale of 10 to being a socialist?
No, No, I will think of something, but I've invested heavily in the high speed electric bicycle food delivery, and you just can't pull that off in a Law and Order location. You just can't. So it's powerful. So I bring up 2 or 3.
Last question: when did socialism mean no law and order? When did we start to conflate socialism, which I understood with the bikes, the city paying for them? When did that conflate with, oh, by the way, I'm going to run people over and no one's going to do anything about that?
I could be wrong. But I'm making the association of a highly more social municipal government, Philadelphia, okay, with some of these things that I know I've never seen in a more conservative town ever. I just can't imagine any other town that zipping your bike at upwards of 50 miles per hour, would be tolerated. So I guess that's my association. Perhaps it's unfair. I really don't know.
Okay.
But that's how I would associate the 2.
All right. DJ,
Mark, did they have regular size bikes and small bikes?
Oh yeah, there's even families that have like these little bikes and they put 2-3 kids on the back and it looks kind of like Vietnam style.
So they had small ones to fit you.
Well, it's not.
I fit a full size man's bike, but thanks.
It's not really the bike per se. It's just like his legs. Like his legs kind of just they don't make it on.
So I have a man torso with these tiny legs.
Well, I wouldn't. I don't know. I would say a boy's torso with baby's legs.
Oh my God. Okay. All
right. So just want to bounce. DJ, what's going on, man?
Hey, what up?
What's up? How's everything going tonight?
Going good.
Just hanging in there?
Yeah. Enjoying the stay.
Yeah, just wanted to reach out and say hi, man. I see you all the time down there. So I was like, man, DJ is always down at the bottom. So I was like, we need to say hi. So good to see you, man.
I'm just listening. I have my AirPods in and I just kind of walk around, not even looking at my phone. So, it's just something I like to listen to. But I do enjoy the conversation. I think it was cool that you were down there at Mar-a-Lago the other night, kind of getting that firsthand experience.
It was
everything that's going on. So
yeah, it was definitely different. It was nice, it was nice to get out for a little bit. And but yeah, it was we'll see what happens. Right, we're gonna get into Garland here in a little bit and his talk. So but all right, DJ, I appreciate it, brother. Julia, quick question for you. On a scale of 0 to 10, how much of a socialist are you?
0.
0. So is it safe to say you're against Social Security?
It's going to be insolvent by 2035? So yeah.
That's not the question. That's not the question, Julia.
That was a rhetorical.
She said so yes at the end.
I said so yeah.
Okay, so it's going to be insolvent. What if it's not going to be insolvent? What if they're going to just print their way into making it solvent for us?
But they're not. Is that a fact? Do I know that for a fact?
No. No. I never thought we would send $85 billion to Ukraine either. But I guess my question is, what if it hangs around?
It's not. It's DOA.
If you became, I think, what is it? What, 62, 65, 67? I don't know. Let's go with 65. If at 65 it was available to you, would you take it?
I would privatize it.
You would.
And at the end of the day, I'll take every cent of my tax money I can get back, and that doesn't make me a socialist. And thank you, Michael Dean, for clapping for that.
Okay.
Baby Yoda.
Interesting. What about other people, though, getting it? Are you a fan of other people getting it or no?
If it was their money in the first place, taxation is theft.
Right.
I see Johnny clapping. At least we know some people are awake. Michael Dean, thank you.
Exactly. So, yeah, I mean, it's tough, right? So how do we? Yeah, I guess
I'm not in favor of anyone getting more than they paid in.
Okay, so what you paid in, if there's money to be had back, you can get that. But if there's extra more than that, then no, you can't have more back.
Bingo.
Is that right?
That's correct.
All right. So if you paid in and okay. If you were eligible for the COVID checks, would you have taken them?
You think that's socialist?
No, I'm just asking. Well, I mean, I am just going at the point right now of anything where the government is spending money and sending it out.
That was part, I believe that was part of a tax refund.
Okay. So people who should not, people who were way under it.
Correct.
And did not pay in the system or didn't pay their fair share into the system.
Yes.
Should they have gotten the COVID checks?
No.
Should we have any sort of safety net for those that are either super poor and can't help it or are to the point where they just can't make it in our society?
Are you talking about like a minimum monthly income? No. Like from the government? No way.
Yeah.
Absolutely not.
Yeah, like people who just for one reason or another just I'm not talking about the baby mama who's got like 9 kids. I'm talking about the just like the person who's actually just can't make it in society. That kind of thing.
Not anyone who is able-bodied and able to be employed.
Okay. If they're not able-bodied, or last question I have on this, if they're not able-bodied or mentally challenged, would that be okay, or no for them too?
Well, I guess I'd have to know like what the situation is then, what kind of a charity case we'd be talking about. But we shouldn't be giving people $1,000 smartphones and like Visa gift cards and plane tickets for family members and this and that. No, absolutely not.
So I guess it's interesting that those people either don't get stuff, or they get things and then we bitch about it. And I say we, not you, but like people in general, like the Obama phones, right? Those things were fucking ridiculous.
Yep.
But then you have GM or Reeb. I need to mute you, buddy. I keep hearing you. But then we have companies or people that file 100,000 page tax return and they wind up paying nothing. So, be the fact that the new IRS agents have to be able to use deadly force. I'm sure you guys caught that whole thing, that they have to be able to use to carry a gun and use deadly force.
Licensed to kill now.
Right. So they're sanctioned to kill me for my tax money. So besides that part, it's not going to change. I don't understand the point of it. And then I'll go to Storm unless Julia or Mark or BY or Michael have something real quick, or Coach is, we have 87,000 more, and that these fucktards aren't going to go and challenge the 100,000 page or 200,000 page tax return from Tesla or from GM or whoever else. I mean, they're just not going to challenge it. First off, they're not that smart. They're just not going to do it. Second off, it's too much work. We all know that work sucks, and they're like anyone else. They're not going to go do it. They're going to look at the 9-page tax return, from the person making 75,000. So that's what they're going to look at.
So, Crypto, you're saying work sucks. What is your level of socialism? Because that sounds like it.
Yeah. I'm higher than Mark. I'm higher than Mark, and this could take me down below 20,000 tonight.
I got no followers tonight, by the way.
I was going to mention, Crypto, that you could go, instead of doing a 5 and 2 work week, you could own your own business and go to a 7-day work week.
Well, but that's the thing, though, is so if hypothetically I had my own law firm, there's a difference between working for yourself and working for someone else. Working for someone else is inherently horrible because you know where you are, you know the steps you have to take, you know the shit you have to go through. But at the same time, you know you're getting a paycheck every 2 weeks, especially if it's a government, especially if it's a corporation that's large. You're going to have benefits which are going to be greatly reduced and subsidized by the company you're working for. But if I were to be working for myself, or if I have, there's a different mindset. So when you're working for your own company, and if other people have thoughts on this, I'd love to hear it. If you're working for your own company and you know that what you make and what you do, obviously this is capitalistic at this point, but you know what you make and what you do and how much you work comes directly back to what you can build for your own self and your own business. There's a different mindset there, for at least me. For me, than as opposed to, okay, I got to be at work by 8 or 9, and I got to leave at 9, and then I got to do it again tomorrow. Is there a job security? Yes. Is there benefits that my large corporation is going to be paying for? Yes. But I'm working for them, right? You know, I'm working for them, and let's be honest. Even when I was with the state and when I was with DOJ, you know, there were some cases. I mean, I love criminal, so it's kind of tough to describe what I'm doing now with criminal. I loved criminal, so taking like weekend calls or going out to weekend search warrants, like, you know, other prosecutors thought I was fucking nuts. They're like, "What's wrong with you, bro?" And I'm like, "I like this shit. Like, I like this shit. I like going out at 4 a.m. and watching someone's house get fucking raided, and then I come in and I go through all their shit and I try on their panties." Right. I mean, like, that's what I do. Right. You know, like the way they went into Melania's closet and they were trying on her dresses. I mean, I wouldn't fit into her dresses, but I mean, Mark could fit into half the dress. I mean, he just wouldn't be, it would be like a wedding dress on Mark. It would like trail forever behind him. but
I think the people think I am tiny with all this talk.
Well, you're tiny, but you're big in stature in my mind.
Oh my God!
So I guess, you know, working for yourself, definitely has that, if you can make it work, and if you have the flexibility and you're able to do it, which obviously, there's online businesses and there's, go out and do stuff in the real world businesses. But I would say, before I change the topic of Mark as a socialist, and then we'll go to some hands, I would say I'm probably higher than Mark, only because I am a fan, and I've had countless arguments about this. I am a fan of the true, if you want your health care, keep it. Otherwise, you have a health care that's a single payer system. And I realize that those with money are going to be able to have the better health care, and I'm cool with that, and I want that. But I do not believe that we should still have people this day in our country that if they catch a disease, and if they're not employed, or even if they are employed, I guess sometimes. I mean, I know most policies that I've worked on or become aware of, they usually have a yearly payout limit. But I'm not a fan of people catching a disease. So if you want to go out and make bad money decisions and go bankrupt, that's on you. But if you wake up one day and you start coughing, and then 6 months later you have cancer, I don't think you should lose all of your savings and all of your money because you caught something that was unavoidable. Case in point, and maybe the reason why it's closer to me is my brother. My brother really has no money, doesn't have a lot of money, doesn't isn't able to afford healthcare. And it was around March or June he started feeling. So my brother's had two heart surgeries, and I'm 40. He's much older than me, so I was oops along the way, and he came much sooner. So he's well into his 50s, and in his 40s, we were playing golf. He dropped down and had a heart attack, and that was actually a long time ago, because I remember just coming out of law school and working. Yeah, I was there. Yeah, I was there. Like we were golfing.
You were there on the scene? Wow.
What? Yeah. I was there. We were golfing. I was there. And I remember, like, this again going back a while, like into like the mid or like 2005, 2007 area, where like laptops weren't given out. And I was at a big firm. This is the only time I spent time at a big firm before I went to DOJ, was that they were like, hey, here's a laptop. Make sure you get your billable hours in. And I was like, okay. And then I spent like a month down at Jackson Memorial Hospital. And I remember coming back and they were like, oh, you're behind on your hours. And I was like, well, yeah. I was like, yeah, my brother had a heart attack. So, that was that point, I guess, of working to someone else in that take. But then for him, when he had that incident, he didn't have any money. So I helped him through his bankruptcy, because he just had, I think it was turned out to be like close to $700,000 from all, from him. So he went to a hospital in Palm Beach. He was choppered down to Jackson Memorial because of what they had to do. Then they did the, I think it was a triple bypass, but with some other intricate shit going on. So he did that. And then he was in ICU for a while, and then he came out and was there for a while. Then he had rehab. The other one was not too long ago. I'm not going to give the year, but not too long ago. So after that, he was given all these medications to take for his heart, his blood pressure, all that stuff. He didn't take it. So fast forward to a few years ago, and it's during Obama-ish time. It's like, I don't know. It's like I'm trying to think here. It's like May or June. He starts to feel bad, but he doesn't have insurance. So he goes to the exchange and gets some ridiculous policy that is just kind of like a catastrophic policy, because, he's not feeling well. So he gets this policy, and I think it had like it was like $112 a month, and it had like a $20,000 deductible, something crazy. And July 1, it went into effect. I remember driving him over to a hospital, and they were like, yeah, your heart's bad. And he had to spend a lot of time in the hospital. They had to try to strengthen his heart, and he spent months in there. And this is like the precursor to my mom, with all that stuff I was telling you guys about with her, with the hip and losing her leg. So this is the precursor to that. But he spends months in the hospital so they can strengthen his heart enough to do surgery on it. So long story short, he blows through everything. And, that's kind of been a monkey on my back, is that, people catch these things. And in his case, I guess the second one really could have been preventable, because he was given medications. We're not exactly close, but, he was given medications. He probably should have stayed on top of that. But after he dropped his health insurance and went through bankruptcy, then he never took his meds anymore. His blood pressure was up. He didn't take care of his heart. And here we go again, right? So the second one, I guess you can kind of blame on him. The first one, you really can't. I mean, he's like 6 foot, like 100 and what? I mean, when the first one happened, he was like 6 foot, like 140 pounds. Like, he ate like shit. He eats everything. He eats cheeseburgers, steaks. That's my alarm again. He eats everything. Okay, my alarm again. He ate everything, but never put on weight. But obviously, he was clogging up his insides. I guess you can kind of say maybe the first one's on him too, for the way he ate and never going to the doctor. I mean, maybe you can say that too. So maybe the first one's on him too. So I don't know. That's my pet peeve. I guess that's my pet peeve. And then you have the people that actually take advantage of the system as opposed to people who really need the system. Like, and when I say really need, I don't mean like, you know, I would love to stay home and get a check just because I'm a lazy fuck. But I mean, that would be totally unacceptable for me. But there are, oh, Jesus Christ. Are you playing with the fucking alarm again? What the fuck? Can you just turn it on or keep it off? Jesus. All these people fucking running through my house and everyone's playing with the alarm tonight. All right. So we'll kind of end on that. These fucking people, I swear to God, because I'm in my office where the beeper is, and I swear to God, I'm going to lock it down where I'm going to put on the motion detector. So the next asshole that makes a step in my house is going to set it off. And then they can deal with PBSO on why it's going off. And I'm not going to step out there. And I'm going to go live. And Trump's going to show up.
You know, I
I
gotta call you out. You are not lazy. You just rather do certain work than other work.
Hold on. What? Yeah, I know. The alarm's gone off 4 and 5 times. Just leave it. Everyone go to the room. Everyone bunker down. Bunker down. Stand down.
There's a real stand.
Sounds like you're going fascist, not socialist.
Fascist, not socialist. Are we talking about with the healthcare system?
No, I was saying you're going to get medieval on your family there.
Oh yes, no, this happens. This happens. There's too many people in one house.
But yeah, Hayek says that socialism will eventually end up in fascism because you're going to need people won't willingly do communism, so you need to point some guns at them.
Right. Yeah. I mean, you're right. Like, where does it stop? Right. And you have these people who just ride the fucking system, take advantage of it. And, they're not the one that, any safety net that we have was designed for. But as you can tell, which we're going to get into after we go to the hands, you can obviously tell politics plays a huge role in who gets what and where it goes. And we're going to get into the Garland Trump thing today. Coincidentally enough, just my last comment before I go to Julia, Mark, BY, and Michael, and then the hands, or Mike, and then we'll go to Storm, and then Johnny. Is I will relay or at least pass on I can't say who the person was, but we'll pass on a conversation today, which I think you guys will enjoy, about someone who was very high ranking in the Trump administration and some of the stuff he's hearing and what they're doing and meetings he's had with Trump in the past week or so. So interesting stuff. Not really sure why, to be quite honest, how we got on that topic because we started on something else. But anyway, Julia, Mark, any comments before we go to Johnny and Storm City?
No, not on Mark as a socialist. I think.
Yeah, I got to change that. Hold on. What should I title it? Because we're going to be talking about. Are they going to shut us down if I do Merrick Garland as a prick?
Maybe.
Ask it as a question. Is Merrick Garland a prick? Then you'll be fine.
Lawless.
Should I say, is Merrick Garland a prick or does Merrick Garland have a prick? Okay, that answers my question. I'm going with the second one. Does Merrick... Can you guys see it changing in real time or no?
No.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Actually, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to do this. I'm going to do this one right there.
I'd say,
all right, it's done.
Man, you got responsibilities. I wouldn't get myself sniped.
Does Merrick Garland have a pee-pee?
Yeah, did you see John Cardillo's latest post?
No. Julia, fill us in.
No. What'd he say?
Okay, I'm pulling it up right now. I just retweeted it. Multiple federal law enforcement sources are telling me that the message was blasted to all federal agencies to start cataloging social media posts of known conservative influencers so they can be threat assessed. They're coming for the First Amendment and anyone who opposes the regime. And we kind of know that that's happening, with the Alex Jones trial.
They were just taking my picture a couple nights ago.
And boom, there you go. Yeah.
Yeah.
This is becoming a thing. They're really going after people.
I need to go. You know what? While we go to the hands, I'm going to go on Amazon and get that mat that says "Come back with a warrant."
Buy Das Capital, and maybe you'll get off their watch list.
Buy what, babe? Why?
Das Kapital by Karl Marx.
Honestly, if this socialist conversation doesn't get him off the watch list, nothing will.
Actually, the heads up were given to the Secret Service around Trump, and that they're coming after their cell phones and everything, and that's totally against all protocol, and it's now raising a lot of alarms in all law enforcement. What the move is, the government is actually breaking the Constitution, and they want to rewrite their own. As we've seen hours ago, sadly, a person tried, to make a move on an FBI building, and it's just they're counting on the emotions of people, and everybody needs to be eyes open, eyes on, and cautious, but never surrender. Do not drop to your knees. Do not raise your arms, and never say "I surrender." That's what they want.
Right. All right, Martin. Thanks. I'm going to go to Storm City, and then I'm going to go to Johnny, and then I'll make it around. So apparently, real quick on Amazon, you can put like your family's name on it. Not that I really want to, but they have like a lot of come back with a warrant ones. But yeah, interesting. So Ship is in here. So Ship, good to see you tonight. It's interesting. Ship, you came in after I put in, does Merrick Garland have a PP? That is when you came in, Ship. So I don't know if that's what's brought you in. I can tell you
wants
if
to
you
know. It's a valid
and there it is, and there's a request from Ship. So let me go to Storm. I'm going to bring Ship
picture?
up. Yeah, I can tell you that
exactly.
I mean, if they take my phone, 98% of it's going to be pictures of Mark.
Phone.
Yeah, I mean, my phone just has a lot of
what?
Yeah, like if they take my phone,
Mark, what's your percentage of crypto pictures?
What are you guys doing in your spare time?
Less than 1%.
Or do we want to know?
No, I mean, it's kind of a one way, kind of like I'm the pimp and Mark's. I don't want to say my bitch, but Mark sends Mark. I'm like, Mark, I need you to pose a certain way in a dress. No, I'm joking. No, I'm trying to think in general. I don't have really, no, the only pictures I have of Mark are when we hung out in Boca, when we had dinner that night.
I'm thinking about maybe same time next year coming back around.
I have no idea when. I have no idea when it was, but just
right after Christmas.
Send me a calendar invite.
Okay.
Yeah.
As soon as I figure out how.
As soon as I figure out how. All right, let's go to Storm. He's you know what, man? I should know at this point, but God, I keep forgetting. Like, women, men. Do we care if it's a woman? Do we care if it's a man? I mean, there are people that I'm now talking on Telegram with, and we've been at this for a year now, right? I was like, that's definitely a dude, and then I talked to them on Telegram, and it's like, yeah, she's like, it's a girl. And I'm like, what?
Isn't
I'm
that
like,
funny? I mix up many people on here all the time.
Yeah, it's insane. And I was like,
Sauce. I thought that was a girl.
I swore. Is it Odoo or Odd Sauce? Because it's like an AUD. Odd Sauce. Yeah. I swore that was a chick. I was like, that's definitely a chick.
Yeah, that's a girl.
But then, yeah, there's just like obviously like certain things, right? But
you're famous. You're famous, Alex.
Yeah.
He's probably not even listening.
Yeah, no, and then I found out when I went into like Julia was like on a, and I don't mean this obviously, there are some there are some things I can just fly off the tongue with Mark, and then there's some things I have to preface with Julia because I don't want to get her upset on this.
What?
No. You were having like a crack night. Like we ended like a 4-hour space, and then you went into another one. And I was like, damn, is Julia still back in a space? And I clicked on it. And I swear to God, it was like 2 a.m. and Odd Sauce was running it. And I was like, what the fuck? It's a guy? That's when I figured it out. I was holy shit, it's a dude. And then, I mean, for the longest time, I thought Michael Dean was a chick. I had no idea at all. I mean, I thought
still have no idea.
Michael, actually, this is the time that
those voice changes are very sophisticated.
They are.
He says he does voiceovers.
He does. Oh, there he is. I was going to say he could be hot tubbing now.
Remember, the peace signal is also the middle finger.
Okay. I actually didn't know that, but okay.
Yeah, I didn't know that either.
So,
I thought it was goodbye. I use it as goodbye.
Yeah, usually people will toss that up and they'll do that. But let's go to Storm. Storm, how are you tonight? How has your day been? Did you work today? Did you make some money for the government? How'd your day go?
Yes, sir. Absolutely. I pay my fair share of taxes, and I deduct what I can, and my CPA stays in the limits of the law as we know it. I sent a DM to Mark regarding 1913 prior to the income tax of 1914. It's a very interesting read. I'll put it to like this: is if the government came and seized all of your gold that you worked your entire life for, would that be considered socialist? And then I want to pivot the question: if you earned and mined as much Bitcoin as you could in the last decade that you possibly could, and that's everything that you have, and then the government all of a sudden came and took all your Bitcoin, is that socialist? So, I've really enjoyed the conversation, had a lot of good laughs, and I'll definitely need to come down to South Florida and play poker at the Hard Rock, so that way I can meet you and Mark one day. And I'm so glad. Thank you so much, Julia, for not allowing me to follow after Johnny. I was thinking, like, where is Johnny? And then all of a sudden he came up. And I was like, thank God I don't have to go after him, especially if he's had a few whiskeys, because I wouldn't be able to follow that act. And then my last statement is,
so Storm.
When was this, Storm?
Is he socialist?
No, Storm. So what I have here from you, it says, up until 1913, Americans kept all of their earnings. Despite this, we still had schools, colleges, roads, railroads, streets, subway, Army, Navy, Marine Corps. So, yeah. I am not a history expert. I like to watch history stuff, but I'm not an expert. So I guess my question to you, Storm, which if you know, let me know. If not, we can just bounce around the room, is for those who know history and or tax, when did the whole tax thing kind of start? And obviously there's no turning back once it starts, right? But when did we start paying into the government? Does anyone know? Storm, do you know by any chance?
It's very
after Jekyll Island.
After
definitely 1913. So essentially, it's just like being in a courtroom, right? There's a timeline to the narrative of events, right? So in 1913, which Michael was alluding to, the central bank was established, and if you look at that, it was days before Christmas when everybody was out and gone, and they could slide this piece of legislation through. It wasn't the first time that the central bank has been established, right? There was two other former times that Andrew Jackson and Abraham Lincoln and the other predecessor presidents had to contend, and it was under charters. And so essentially when this 100-year charter was established, and somewhere I've been shown where now they have unlimited, they're there indefinitely. But shortly thereafter in 1914, the income tax was ratified. And that's where essentially things have changed for the worse. We had the World War I from 1914 to 1919. We had the Roaring '20s. We had the Great Depression and collapse of the boom-bust cycles of the central bank. And then in 1930s, the gold was seized. And all of a sudden, they changed the monetary system that had been working in this country up until that point. And then we see what happens thereafter.
Yeah, it's interesting. I'm just looking at the 16th Amendment, which is from 1913. It was ratified, permanently legalizing the income tax. You move your money around so much. And, I'm sure a lot of people are like me, where we don't know how long that we're going to live, right? That's just an inherent fact in life. We don't know how long we're going to live, and we defer, or at least I defer as much money as I can, maxing out certain limits that are allowed by me, and then also moving it to other areas so I can reduce as much taxable income as possible, because I wind up paying a lot in. And as Julia said, I don't mind doing that, I guess, on some level, because I know that. Well, I guess without going down a rant tonight, because I just want to go to Johnny, is I wouldn't mind paying it in if it was properly used, but it's not. And so that's where my beef comes. And then the other thing, which is a good point that Julia made, is that I'm fortunate enough that I'm not going to need Social Security when I'm older, but other people are, and I have enough deferments or pensions or things like that, but they're just not managing the money properly. And when you talk about people like my parents who live off their Social Security checks, like literally live off it, because my dad will overdraft on certain months, and then I got to put money in. So when you talk about people who actually live off of it, you're talking about the United States government, which is just inherently the worst at handling money. I mean, I would rather give it to, like, literally, and I don't mean this in a bad way for people who are at some point homeless or things like that, but I have more confidence in like a homeless person on the streets who's like coming off of their Biden crack high to say, hey, here's $100,000, just use it the best way possible for my county. I have more faith in him than I do the politicians. It's just really scary on what they're doing. Because all of it is about, it's about them. It's not about us. They don't give a fuck about us. They love us. There's so many people that I've seen, I've either spoken to on Twitter, or I know personally, or I've helped them. And unless you're a really good friend and I'm a really good friend of you, I just like disappear until it's time for contributions and money, that I'm your best friend again. Then I get phone calls for a few months, and then you disappear on me again. And which is why last year, especially, and this year as well, there's like 3 or 4 people that I'm like, hey, I like you, like Anthony Sabatini, right? Like, I like Anthony, I'll call him and be like, hey, I'm going to send you some money, right? But no more money to the GOP, no more money to PACs that I don't know about, money to the person if I truly believe in you. Otherwise, I'm done with that system, because we've seen what they do, right? And I don't know. So we'll see how the midterms turn out. But Johnny, are you on a Bluetooth? Not on a Bluetooth? And how are you doing tonight? Are we drinking or are we hanging out?
Well,
What's
I'm
the
always
deal?
drinking. That's just a silly question.
You're not always drinking.
No, I'm every time I'm on, man. I'm usually drinking alcohol. I'll probably say 99% of the time. So anyway, I think if we used to survive on a consumer tax, right? Let's say maybe it was alcohol or tobacco or gasoline. That's how they survived years ago. Then you had the crash. I think everybody knows this, right? So we had the crash. And then what did the government do? They had to sit there and say, oh, we've got to protect everybody's bank accounts now. And that's where you have the certified or insured by FDIC, right? Which is really bullshit, because first of all, it only goes up to $100,000. Now, that's a lot of money for a lot of people. I'm not saying it's not. But the thing is, the government won't let a bank fail. So the government doesn't want to pay out the insurance. And that's why they came into this whole income tax scheme, because they had to back up the banks after the Great Depression.
Right. So I guess question, Johnny, is, so we know how people are, right?
I was going to say too, as far as
go ahead. No, go ahead.
As far as the socialist matter, we're compassionate people. You have to give some people a break sometimes. Some things come across in their lives. Let's say your brother, for instance, right? Now, chances are, if your brother, maybe he was successful, maybe he wasn't, and let's say at 55 he had a heart attack, but he's sitting on $90,000 in a 401k, right?
Right.
Why, if he's disabled technically and he can't work anymore, why can't he petition the government and sit there and say, I've had a hardship, I'm down on my luck. Let me have my money that I earned and don't tax me. And why can't the government say yes?
Because they don't care about him.
But that's my point.
Right.
Right? Where's the compassion with the government? Let's put it this way. There is no more giving group of people in this world than Americans. Do you think in any other country they have like a little bin sitting there with pennies and quarters and dimes and sometimes even a $5 bill to go to the dog that can't eat anymore? Or McDonald's house? I mean, how many times have you thrown in change at McDonald's house when there was change available? Right? Or when people used change or had cash. My point being is, you give the American people their money, they will spend it better and more wisely and more compassionately than the government ever could.
Yeah, I agree. I absolutely agree. There was something I was going to say, but then again, it slipped my mind. So, all right. So BY just put up. Oh, that was funny. If you guys look in the nest, BY put up the search warrant. So, Mark, can you please remind me that we need to talk about the DOJ petitioning today to unseal the search warrant. Got to talk about that. But
thanks for mentioning that, Crypto. I tagged Julie in it because she gave me the idea. She's like, somebody should make a fake search warrant quick.
Oh yeah, no, this is funny. Yeah, I saw it today. This is funny. So if you guys can take a look up in the nest on BY's, it was funny. There is Bruce. There is Bruce Reinhardt. I'm trying to look. So someone at work, I think, is in the space from where I work, and I can't figure out who it is. So if they're in here, and if you know who I'm talking about, send me a DM. But there's someone.
Anyway, I was reading the search warrant. So what did you say? There's someone from your work here?
Yeah. So long story short is actually we'll get into that story later on. But yes, I believe there is someone from my work. I just have not seen the person, and we know how it works with pictures and names and things like that. So have no idea. So hopefully that person can DM me. But yeah, I think there is someone from my work because we actually spoke about it today at work. Maybe it was yesterday. I don't know.
You told them what you do in your evenings.
No, I did not. So long story short, we'll get into it. Let me check here. No, so long story short is through our amazing, I guess, downloads in Argentina and Germany.
We should discuss that. But yeah,
right. No, so I'm actually joking. I got there's a thing called Pod Status, which keeps track of, which is how I'm able to sometimes tell, where our downloads are and how many downloads there are. But believe it or not, for I think at this point after we did the merchandise campaign, we broke even. And when I say broke even, I mean for Podbean and all the other shit. We definitely didn't break even on any time or anything. But I went into Pod Status and I was checking out stuff, and I'm trying to get to my own tweets here in a second. Pusha keeps coming up on my screen. All right, so I checked it out if we were at the top anything, and when did I do it today? So I posted it 5 hours ago. We are number 15 in the category of politics in Argentina. We are number 80 in the category for news in Argentina for downloads. We are positioned 108 in the category of politics in Germany. And then we are number 241 in Ireland. Those are the ones that broke into the top 500.
Not bad. Not bad since we just started.
Yeah, not bad since it's only been like 5 or 6 months. So I put as like a haha, which got absolutely no likes. It got 6 likes. I was like, we can't allow Germany to beat us. Start downloading, America.
Yeah, the Germany one is huge.
Yeah, Germany.
Almost 84 million people.
Yeah, and let me go back to
but
it.
I want to go party in Argentina.
Germany,
South America.
1 million people, Mark. I mean,
we need to. I think for Germany, and I don't know if they'll allow me in still being Jewish, but I think
it's getting out that's the problem, Crypto.
Okay.
Oh
getting out's the problem. Okay, so what we need to do is Argentina, Germany, Ireland. Germany's definitely the place. We are 108th in politics for downloads in Germany. I think I should contact the German chancellor and say, listen, fly us out there on your best German jet. We'll spend a week out there doing pods. We'll go live, and then we'll have the Two Feds and Truth after party.
Like a goodwill tour.
Fest, right?
Yes. And then from there, we'll work it out with Argentina. Ireland, I mean, Jesus. I mean, I'm not a drinker, but I mean, got to take Johnny to Ireland. I mean,
yeah.
Johnny will probably
we'll fly out of Newark. So just come up here and connect. We'll grab Johnny.
Well, hold on. Why are we flying out of Newark? Why can't you and Julia?
We got to pick up Johnny.
Well, but okay, hold on. We have to take the only. Let me check here. Are there? Okay, guys, this is.
Why do we have to fly together? Can't we just meet there?
No, it'd be hilarious.
More fun.
You could do that, but my whole point was to get the German chancellor to send us like on a jet. Like, like there's beds in the plane.
Oh well, then we, they pick you guys up, pick us up, and then we're on our way. Oh, that's definitely doable.
Let me just check here. Miami to Germany. Is there direct flight? Hold on, I just want to look.
No, private.
Actually, you're right.
We'll
Johnny.
get a Gulf Stream, and we'll just have us, and it's like a little party in the back.
Yes, you're absolutely right. So,
and we all get to meet each other for the first time.
Right. And I guess my question would be, though, so it's me, Julia, Michael, Johnny, and then does Mark and BY together make one person? Can they share a seat? Because then we don't have to get so like
maybe our plane.
I'm going with yes on that one.
Do they charge extra for the cat?
Do we know anyone with a private jet though?
Oh no! I'm going to. So I'm currently looking for the email for that really ugly chick who's the chancellor over there. I don't know her name, guys. Help me out.
Can't Baby Yoda just like blink or something and be there?
Yeah, he can pretty much. Angela Merkel. Oh, she's no longer. Wow, I feel like an idiot. She was from 2021. So who's the current chancellor?
I don't know.
Oh, Jesus, guys. Well, if I'm going to get a jet for us, I have to know who to contact.
Olaf Scholz.
Yeah, Olaf Scholz. Oof. Good thing my name doesn't Jewish.
David Hasselhoff, right? He's got deep German connections. Let's talk to him.
Yeah, we could talk to David Hasselhoff, and I mean,
okay. So I'm gonna throw something out, but
hold on, Michael.
No.
Hold on, Michael. Just real quick. Just real quick though, we still have to take the Baywatch chicks. So like even if they're like 80, so like even if they're 80 now,
yeah,
like we still have to take Pamela Anderson.
She's a huge conservative. She'd probably be good fun.
Do not confuse her with the Colorado Pamela Anderson.
Is there a Colorado Pamela Anderson?
What does that mean?
There's definitely a Colorado Pamela Anderson.
Who's that one?
Does anyone know who I'm talking about? Does anyone know who I'm talking about?
No.
No. Who is she? Julia, you just cannot tell us. Hold on. Pamela Anderson, Colorado. Oh, the Secretary of State, Pamela Anderson? Oh God, yeah. No, we're not taking her. No.
She's been in the news with the whole Tina Peters situation. And
So I don't know when these pictures are. Okay, so long story short, I will throw this tidbit out at you. I was at a plastic surgeon's office today, and not for anything.
Oh, congratulations.
Thank you. Thank you. I am getting a new set of tips.
You got pictures by the feds the other night. You're trying to.
Yeah, right. Yeah, right.
Yeah, he's got to change his looks after that.
Yeah. So
do it yourself witness protection.
Right. So I am the last person. No,
hey, I saw Nip Tuck. Yeah, I know how this works.
That was a good show.
That was, really great show.
Nip Tuck and tits. That's how I go.
I couldn't even believe the stuff that was happening on Nip Tuck. I was like, this is a wild life.
It really was.
So what brings this up is I'm looking at Pamela Anderson, and she looks like she's like super fake in the face here a little bit. She's gotten older, but I was there for obviously not what everyone else was there for. My first time in a plastic surgeon's office, and I have this thing. It's like 1.5 centimeters, and it's on my ankle, and it actually hurts sometimes. And I'm like, hey, take this fucking thing off. So I saw my dermatologist, and he referred me to this guy, and then this guy, of course, was like, oh, today was my consultation, and then the next time he wants to biopsy it. I'm like, dude, my other dermatologist biopsied it in like 2020. Yeah, we have to biopsy it again. So I'm like, this fucking guy's gonna run up my bill. And then after that, I'm like, all right, because I was there, I was like, honestly, I was like, dude, can you just grab a knife and cut it? Just cut it, take it out, and put some stitches in. Like that's all I want, right? But anyway, when I was there, they have a spa in there. And like it's called the Zen Spa, and I was like, wow. And like they were like trying to pitch this thing to me, and I'm like, no, that's not my thing. I don't want to go on the spa. I'm just here. And talk about like duck out of water, like in the plastic surgery place. So when I get there, there's no one there. And then when I go in, the two nurses, the aides, the helpers, whatever, they have like massive boobs, tight scrubs. Their lips are just like busting out, like they're about to explode with pus. Their cheeks are like they ate all my almonds at my house. And I'm just like, Jesus, like, it looks like they got stung by bees. So, but while I'm sitting there as well, before they call me back, some people come in, and it was one blonde after the next who was taller than the next, who had more work done than the next. So each one of them was like, so one was younger. One was like 35-ish to 40-ish, kind of like my age. Then there were some older, like, 50 to 60 range. It's like you could just tell. But they all wore the same thing. They all had these really tight white T-shirts. So like their nipples were firing through on these big boobs, which on the shirt, which was totally tiny. And they were all wearing yoga pants, different colors, but yoga pants.
This was the uniform in the doctor's office.
No, these are the patients that came in.
Oh.
No, the patients. No. So the two that I said that were wearing scrubs who came out and said, hey, Cryptolawyer, are you here? So when they grabbed me, I was like, I looked at them and I was like, okay, well, these chicks obviously work here because they like to have this done. But no, so as I was waiting, there was no one there, but then three people came in, one after the next. They were all blondes. One was taller than the next, and they all had the same outfit on. It was weird. They were wearing white T-shirts, like 7 sizes too small, boobs firing out of this V cut, and then yoga pants. And like, you could just tell. I don't mean I'm not into plastic surgery. That's not my thing, but you could just tell. Like, one was so bad that I honestly thought if I just put wasps, bees, and a jellyfish on her face, that's how she would look afterwards.
Wow.
Her cheeks were so puffy. Her lips were so puffy. Her forehead was so puffy that it literally looked like her skin was almost hurting because it was so puffy.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
No, that's okay. And the other two were just as bad. And I left and I called my friend and I was like, she's not really into the whole plastic surgery thing, but I told her about this and she's like, yeah, some chicks think that's good. And I was like, I was looking at these people and it was just horrific. Like, what are you doing to your face? And I'm sitting there and they're staring at me like we couldn't be more opposite. And, and like things got like, not like weird, but it was like a really nice setup. It was kind of large. It was a TV. And, so we started chatting and I don't know what to say. So there's one that's just like next to me on the same couch, and I'm like, so what are you here for? Right? Like it's like we're at the doctor like to get our herpes checked, right? I'm like, so like, what are you here for? And she's like, oh, my forehead, going to get some Botox. And I'm just looking at her, and I'm looking at her like a train wreck. Like I can't look away. Like, it's like, I've looked at it now. I've seen it now. I want to know why this person's injecting so much shit. And she's like, what about you? And I'm like, yeah, I got this lump on my ankle. It was so stupid. I was like, and she's like, and I showed it to her, and she's like, oh yeah, you definitely want to get rid of that. And I mean, kudos to whatever shirt company made the shirts that they were wearing. But yeah, it was just like, you couldn't tell. There was no definition in their face. It was all so puffy. It was literally weird. And then as I walked out, I got in my car and I was leaving, and one pulled up behind me, and she was driving a Bentley SUV. And I was like, oh, of course, that makes sense. So, all right. So short of any fake boob comments or Botox, anything else, guys, before we kind of move on to Garland and Trump here on this? Okay. So spoke to a friend today who, again, as you guys know, or as I told you guys, I told Mark about it, and then Julia, I'll send you a text after. But was high up in George Bush's administration, was very high up in Trump's organization, and talking to him about what's going on, and a lot of things. Yeah, I got you, Mark. So a lot of things going on with with Garland. So long story short is Garland goes ahead and he makes his press conference today, right? And why does he do that? Well, DOJ never makes a press conference, but the problem is they're getting their asses handed to them left and right. Ultramag, I'm just going to meet you, and I'll come to you in a second when I'm done here. And they're getting their asses handed to them left and right in the court of public opinion, right? The court of public opinion is that, what the fuck did you guys do? And there's a lot of information, more than we can cover tonight, so we'll have it another night. But when Trump, officially / unofficially made Mar-a-Lago the Southern White House, or the second White House, there were things that needed to be done at Mar-a-Lago, such as security and places to hold boxes. And, they actually inspected Mar-a-Lago, and they created this thing. Someone called it a SCIF or something like that.
Yeah.
SCIF. Okay. So thanks, Mark.
Compartmentalized information facility, something like that. But it's a room that you can have classified material in. It's called a SCIF.
Got you. Thanks. Yep. So they made this room, they made area, they put an extra lock, and this extra lock thing was actually pretty recent. Apparently FBI or Secret Service came down not too long ago and checked out the area and said, hey, you need a second lock on this area. Coincidentally, that was the area they busted into. So I don't have any notes, guys. I'm rambling here on things in my brain. So I'm trying to get to the mole, the Secret Service, the FBI, all that stuff at some point too. But so they very well pretty much already knew what was there and what wasn't there. They also knew that they built this area that was confidential. They also, in a recent trip down, said that it wasn't secure enough and it needed more locks. So a lot of this stuff was not new, or it wasn't secret. It wasn't like the days of me being in AUSA where I needed to get intelligence, besides pulling the property records, I needed someone to go into the house and kind of give us the layout and things like that. That wasn't there. People knew very much the layout of Mar-a-Lago. So then what happens is, there's Secret Service around all the time. Where they have access to, I don't know. I wasn't ever privy to those things. I don't know if they were ever allowed to be in his private areas. I, just don't know. Or, of course, if he's gone, there's cameras all over, but, does he have locks on his room? I have no idea what it's like when you live in a monstrous country club like that, where, what part is Trump's, right? Because I'm assuming there are areas you just can't get into. So going back to the whole Garland thing is that, and this is just my take now, and then we'll kind of go around and we'll kind of spitball some ideas here. But my take on this is that from people I spoke to, I've never met him, but from people I spoke to, Garland has a chip on his shoulder of SCOTUS or non-SCOTUS that will never go away. And yes, obviously it was during the election, so it was Mitch McConnell and not Trump who didn't appoint him on. But, Garland wasn't thinking anything of it because Hillary was supposed to win, right? Trump was supposed to get slaughtered. I mean, I remember Bill Clinton casting his vote and jumping up and down like a little fucking girl that his wife was going to be president, right? So Garland always had his eyes set on the Supreme Court. And what happens is Trump wins. Trump says, fuck you. And then, he goes into kind of this irrelevant figure. And I don't know if he stayed on the DC Court of Appeals. I could look it up. I just don't care. He may have stayed on the DC Court of Appeals, which I think he probably did because I believe he went from DC Court of Appeals to Attorney General. So that would make sense. So he stayed on DC Court of Appeals, which, by the way, if you're an attorney, hey, you've kind of done really well in life. If you can make it to the DC Court of Appeals, to be quite honest, if you can make it onto the federal bench, you've essentially become a legal god. And I don't mean to say that the wrong way for anyone who's super religious. It's just you've kind of hit the pinnacle of being this amazing, person, and you have your Article 3, you sit for life, and Garland never got that. So Trump goes ahead, and then the rest is history, as they say, right? Kavanaugh or Gorsuch, Kavanaugh, and then Comey Barrett, and Garland never gets to go. And then because of his age and other things, they wind up going with Judge Jackson, who can't determine whether or not there's a woman or not. So good luck when we come back with this marriage case. It's going to come back in a year or two. So she gets on the bench, right? But Garland has a serious axe to grind, and he's one of those people that if you didn't know him any better, you wouldn't know. And again, I don't know this. This is from what people told me real quick as I take one sip. Hold on. Okay, this now turns to Bruce Reinhardt. Bruce Reinhardt. The person I spoke to today wanted to know about Bruce Reinhardt. Why? I don't know. They were asking a lot of questions. I worked with Bruce Reinhardt, the magistrate judge who signed the warrant. I worked with him at the U.S. Attorney's Office. Bruce Reinhardt was part of the prosecution team that was prosecuting Jeffrey Epstein. Bruce Reinhardt was part of the prosecution team, this is where I come along, that was now prosecuting Epstein's associates later on. Bruce Reinhardt immediately, and this is where Ship will have a comment later on for this, Bruce Reinhardt immediately, and when I say immediately, he flips sides. So what happens is he's prosecuting Epstein's enterprise. There's a team of us doing this. There's a team. And for all of you that don't remember, Alexander Acosta, he was even the U.S. attorney back then, and he got involved. You never see the U.S. attorney get involved in pleas. Alex Acosta was part of the plea team and all of this negotiations, and Epstein had Dershowitz and all these attorneys, and it was a massive force DOJ was dealing with. And what happens is after the sweetheart plea deal to Epstein, which was like 13 months of prison, but he could go home at night, he could leave, he could do certain things, and he doesn't serve the entire thing, but we still are continuing to go after his enterprise, his other people. Bruce Reinhardt flips sides, goes from DOJ, opens up an office in West Palm Beach with an attorney named Jack Goldberger, and then starts defending people in Epstein's enterprise, such as the pilots, the scheduler, and I don't remember her name, but she was referred to as the Yugoslavian sex slave. Starts defending them in criminal investigations. So Bruce Reinhardt literally just switches sides. And then he continues on. And then I'm trying to think where Bruce went from there. So Bruce goes to private practice. And then with all of this baggage and all this stuff, because there was a lot of ethical stuff going on at the time. It was way above my pay grade. But I remember the ethical concerns and a lot of talk about this stuff. He then winds up getting on the federal bench in 2018. Now, Bruce Reinhardt and his wife, Caroline Bell, coincidentally get on the benches the same week as each other by two different entities now. Governor DeSantis appoints Caroline Bell to a county judgeship in 2018. The same week, the Southern District judges pick Bruce Reinhardt to join them as a federal magistrate. Literally the same week, because I remember hearing the news and going, holy shit, what are the odds? The same week, and I think almost even the same day, the announcements come out that husband and wife are going onto the bench, but different areas. Caroline Bell, I knew because I was down in Miami and she was in AUSA, so I was working with her. And then she's like, I'm going to the bench. So, and then Bruce somehow gets on, not really sure how. The person I spoke to today was talking about him, his connections to Acosta and the White House and a lot of people he knew. But from my understanding, it's really about applications and the JNC Federal Commission, which is the Judicial Nominating Committee, and then the judges.
Yeah, his wife got appointed by Rick Scott, but him himself.
Oh, was it Rick Scott?
Yes. He was one of 64 applicants that applied to a panel of the court there, and they selected him. So, the court decided on a panel and treated it just like a job interview.
Right. So, so 2018, so it was Rick Scott. It was right before DeSantis? BY? Because I thought it was DeSantis.
Correct.
Okay, so it was Rick Scott then, right?
Yes, and that was from the West Palm Beach paper at the time.
Got it, thanks. Okay, so Rick Scott, I guess before he leaves, because it's 2018, he then puts her on, and all this is weird. So then Bruce Reinhardt then gets on, and those two could not be more separate. Caroline Bell, absolute pit bull, very vocal as a prosecutor, very vocal on the bench. Bruce Reinhardt is the guy who doesn't talk. He doesn't talk, very, very proper, super into rules. He can recite all the rules to you, forwards and backwards and sideways. But again, to have, things that he did kind of surprised a lot of people, because when you worked with Bruce, you didn't think that he was going to leave DOJ to go over and then work with Epstein. And I'm really not sure how Jack Goldberger ever got into the Epstein thing, because Jack's a great guy, but doesn't really go to trial on a lot of things. It was more of a negotiation thing. But so anyway, I digress back to Bruce. Bruce on the bench is a super tickler for rules. If you want to, I'm just going to throw a rule out there. If you do something under Rule 45, but if you don't have the proper sub paragraph cited, he'll do a paperless docket order saying that, that you haven't filed it properly. Very, very strange bird. And when I say a strange bird, I mean truly strange bird. Just because you can work with the guy, which I did, and then you can practice in front of him, which I have ever since he's been a magistrate. And he's just kind of an unknown individual. Never went to happy hours, never hung out, never spoke in groups. It was just very interesting that that Bruce would get this spot in 2018 to go on to the federal bench. And I think magistrates, someone can correct me if I'm wrong, I think magistrates get a 6-year term or maybe a 10-year term, and then the chief judge can renew it. I know bankruptcy judges, which
his term expires in March of 2026.
Okay, so so maybe it's 8 years or whatever it is, 2018 to that. So maybe it's 8 years. And then bankruptcy judges, I think, because one of my friends is bankruptcy judge, I think that one is 15. But they're not Article 3 judges, so they don't sit for life. So the interesting thing about Bruce is that, Bruce did all these things in the background, had a lot of history, and then gets on the bench. So then on Monday, so I don't know, and I still don't know to now as I'm speaking, I don't know if he was the duty judge August 1st to August 7th. But I did read somewhere in an article that on Monday, which was, I guess, August 5th, if I check the calendar, that one of the judges assigned, so August 5th was a Friday. So it looks like it would have been a Friday then. On Friday, on August 5th, this search warrant was assigned to Bruce Reinhart. And he had two of them that day, one of them being Trump's. So given his history, kind of interesting that we get to him. And there's two other magistrates that are in the West Palm Beach office. One is Matthew Min, one is Bruce Reinhart, and then the other one is because Reinhart recused himself from the Trump-Clinton lawsuit, which is currently pending in the Southern District. I'm sorry. And then there's Magistrate Ryan McCabe, who got on the bench this year. So those are the magistrate judges that are in the West Palm Beach office. Obviously, if you go to Fort Lauderdale, it gets bigger. Goes to Miami, it gets bigger. Then you go to Fort Pierce, which is another office in a court area, which has like two judges. So, very interesting that it gets to him. And then, from my understanding from talking to the person today, is this was all supposed to be done kind of, without a hiccup, meaning that they're, they called apparently when they got to the place, they called Trump's attorneys. They wanted to do it as easy as possible with Secret Service and the FBI and the town of Palm Beach police. Well, it didn't go as secret as thought, because when you do something like that and Trump puts something out, there's going to be blowback. So like everything else, especially in a criminal investigation, everything really stays sealed until the operation is over. And just because you're committing a search warrant or you're doing a search warrant doesn't mean the investigation's over. It could be very far from over. The problem is in the matter of 2 to 3 days, there's been such blowback, except by Liz Cheney. Liz Cheney's absolutely can't believe that the Republicans and conservatives and GOPs and even former ex-governor Cuomo from New York, who is saying, what the hell is going on? Everyone's saying, what the hell is going on? Liz Cheney is saying, I can't believe everyone is acting out this way. Long story short, if you're saying, if you have two brain cells to rub together, most people are like, what the fuck just happened? You have Garland with an axe to grind, and you have Biden, who's essentially a puppet, who I truly believe had no process, was not told about this, didn't know. I think this was entirely a Ray Garland matter. I do not believe that Biden was in on this or even knew, or, he was eating his pudding and taking his pills. But the other ones, they certainly did. And they were continuing on with, the J6 and what we're doing here with these rulings and where we're going to essentially make it where Trump is not a viable candidate. Now, for those that keep saying that under the code that he would then be convicted and he couldn't run for office, that's not true. Just because there's a U.S. code that says that you can't run for president or you can't run for office, the Constitution sets out what is or what is not permissible for someone to run. So that would be struck down if that was ever applied to. Trump could still run even if somehow they found him convicted of holding this stuff. There's been people like Mike Davis. If you don't follow Mike Davis on fucking crypto Twitter, Jesus Christ, Mike Davis on Twitter, that has said, and I don't know if this is true, take it for what it's worth, that if a president leaves with items, which they often do, they automatically become declassified. He didn't cite anything. I don't know if that's true. But there was a good thread that he had, which I'll try to find today once we go to some hands and Julia and Mark talk about this. So where we're at is DOJ is getting killed in the court of public opinion. So what happens? Garland has to say something today. So Garland says something, but at the same time, Garland flexes and says, I personally did this. I personally signed off. This is me. So when I was talking last week on the 8th and the 9th, when I was saying this was a main justice thing and none of my friends knew about it, Garland just really affirmed what I was talking about. None of my friends in DOJ in the Southern District knew anything about this. So this was a main justice thing maybe that went to the U.S. attorney, went to maybe the town of Palm Beach police chief, because there were locals there. And that's how it kicked off. And Bruce Reinhart knew about it. And short of maybe him talking to some judges, which when it did come in, it goes to, then they assign it. They signed it to Bruce. And so there was only a handful of people in South Florida that knew on August 8th this was going to happen. But as I said, now, because they were trying to keep the search warrant sealed. So the search warrant, meaning the search warrant of what they were looking for, the items to be seized, the location, and then the narrative that goes along with it, right? Which is, why are they doing that now? Well, they have to, because they're getting slaughtered. Biden's getting slaughtered. How dare you raid the house of a president? So the only thing they can do is come out and say why we did it. It's almost like when a defendant has to take the stand in something that's on video. Like if you commit self-defense, justifiable homicide on video, you can't not take the stand. It happened. You killed someone. You got to get up there and explain what happened, your mental state. So this is what's happening here. DOJ, Biden, the FBI, they're getting slaughtered. So what do? They file a motion today. When Garland goes on TV, and it's to Bruce Reinhart to unseal the search warrant. They want everyone to see their side of it, because obviously they can't make too many comments on an ongoing criminal investigation, but they want everyone to see their side of it, meaning, this bullshit narrative that we're about to read in a couple of days of all this stuff they're looking for and the criminal activities of Trump and the National Archives or what else is there. I don't know what redactions are going to be there, if any. So Bruce Reinhart has a paperless order today giving Trump's attorneys, I think, until, I don't know, the 16th, I think is what I read, to either oppose the government's motion to unseal it or not. So I think next week we're going to have the search warrant. We're going to have the probable cause. And the only reason why you're seeing that, or you're going to see it, is because DOJ is getting slaughtered. How dare you cross this line? How dare you, do a search warrant on a former president? Last comment, and then I'll move on to Julia and Mark, and then we'll go to the hands, BY, Michael, and we'll go to the hands, is, and I don't think this is anything new. You probably heard it in the news. The person I was talking to today, said when he spoke to his friends at Maine Justice, which I don't have any there anymore, they were saying they wanted to do this again, quickly, swiftly, get it over with. And they also wanted to do it when Trump wasn't there, because they didn't want to give Trump any sort of a platform, to say certain things. And for people who are asking, yes, they can ask you to leave. They can try on Melania's clothing. Your attorneys can't be in there with them. Once the search warrant's done, everyone's brought out, and Trump. If Trump was there, he'd be asked to leave. His attorneys would be asked to leave. So essentially, this would have blown up into probably 10 times, 100 times of the spectacle it was. You could imagine if they asked Trump to walk out and Trump came out and there were all these cameras there, this would have been, 10 or 100 times the audience that it got. Instead of 1,000 people that night that I was walking amongst, there would have been, 10,000 people, 25,000 people. So it would have gone crazy. I mean, could you imagine Trump standing on Ocean Boulevard on like the median with, 100 cameras around him? It would have been an absolute spectacle. So that's where we are, guys. We're going to get the search warrant, and we're going to find out if it's benign as National Archive boxes, or if DOJ wants us to now see this search warrant to put the seeds in our head of, because again, it doesn't have to be true. It can just be part of their narrative that there are X, Y, and Z crimes possibly going on and being committed by Trump, and there's probable cause to go into Mar-a-Lago. So I don't know where it's going to go, but we're going to see the probable cause narrative. We're going to see, and and this is for the FBI's sake, I really hope for DOJ's sake, it's more than 2 pages that say, well, he left with some boxes and we called him to bring them back and we didn't get them. And therefore there were National Archive boxes we had to get. And last comment that I'll make is that the person I spoke to today, who's very much intertwined with Maine Justice still, says that the boxes there that were taken were of particular importance to the FBI, meaning possible wrongdoing or, things of that nature that Trump may have been holding to use against people such as the FBI or misdeeds that could have been done. Last comment is I'm still kind of amazed we're talking about boxes here and not flash drives and things like that. To say that they took these boxes back and Trump still doesn't have copies of whatever the fuck was in there is pretty asinine to say. I'm sure everything was backed up. I'm sure if it's that important to him to be kept in a certain area that's secure, I'm sure there's backups. I'm sure it's on Hunter's iCloud. I'm sure it's on some USBs. So just because they took the documents back doesn't mean there aren't copies of it anymore. So, but we're about to see what the search warrant has to say. From my understanding, talking to my friend today, Trump's attorneys are not going to oppose it. They're going to put that out, and then Trump will be able to talk about it much more than DOJ will. Because DOJ is going to have a lot of limitations on what they can and can't say, especially if they're going to try to use a search warrant to bring an indictment. Now, an indictment may come from somewhere else. As you guys know, Trump went to New York either yesterday or all my days run together, but he took the Fifth up there, which is absolutely what he should have done. It's a constitutional right. People were giving him shit for taking the Fifth to talking to the AG of New York on taxes. Take the Fifth all day, give them nothing, tell them to fucking blow smoke. And, that's where it is. So, fortunately or unfortunately, as we look back, that's probably the route Steve Bannon should have taken. But, I don't know if Bannon's really learned too much. Last comment is Bannon filed a motion for a new trial either today or yesterday on the basis of judicial errors. I believe Judge Nichols did make mistakes in that case, not allowing, so the motion for new trial on Bannon really quick was really under the confrontation clause that he wasn't able to bring in the representatives from the J6 committee. That was really the crux of their argument. But in there, I'm sure, I didn't read it, but in there, I'm sure, because it would behoove them to keep it in there, would be that they weren't allowed to use defenses such as executive privilege and such as divisive counsel. That is very much in the purview of the judge. And I believe especially advice of counsel, because people rely on counsel all the time. People rely on what I say to them 20 times a day. So if someone gets caught up in something and they're going to say, my attorney told me so, that shows that there's no ill manner towards your actions. That means actually you went to your attorney, you spoke to him, and your attorney said X, Y, and Z. Or your attorney said, in Bannon's case, well, hey, listen, we're trying to work it out. Sit tight. Don't worry about it. Right. I don't know what his attorney said to him, but advice of counsel is a very strong defense that should be considered by a jury. And quite often it's cut off. And quite often it's not cut off, but in this case it was by Judge Nichols. And I don't think that was the proper call on his part. I know that advice of counsel is used a lot in South Florida DOJ case. We talk about patient brokering or wire fraud, FY houses. So I'll just leave it there. So with that being said, search warrant coming out. We're going to probably read some ridiculous narrative, I think, so they can tell their side of the story of how bad Trump is. Otherwise, if it's a really boring, blah narrative, they're going to look even worse. They're going to look even like a bunch of more chip on the shoulder morons, which you can tell Merrick Garland is. He has a chip on his shoulder. He's grinding out his axe, and he's got 2 years left to do it because after that, we have November. My understanding is the House will still be taken by the GOP. It's now essentially a toss-up in the Senate, which we're not doing well there, I guess. But that's more for Julia to talk about because she's more into the politics than I am. But then in 2024, I really do think whether it's Trump or DeSantis, and the Dems have no bench through the names before. People, Eric Adams, Gavin Newsom. We've spoken about the names. Kamala Harris. We've spoken about the names. They all suck. They're incompetent. They're going to get Democratic votes because people who vote generationally are going to vote for them. But if you've paid any attention to these people, they're inept. They're horrible. They don't care about you at all. So whether it's Trump or DeSantis remains to be seen. I find it hard to believe that after what they're doing to Trump, he's going to back down. I think the train is going to roar. And it's just whether or not DeSantis wants to get in the way of that train. Again, for people that listen to our podcast and download it, we truly appreciate it. We ask questions all the time to these people that came on, like Jeff Charles, Eric Matheny. We're talking about the search warrant this week. Time and time again, we are getting, and I don't know yet. My answer is I don't know. I don't know what Mark's answer is. I'm pretty sure Julie is on the Trump side of it. But people, we got it from Canon Hotep. We are getting this, hey, DeSantis run. He doesn't have the baggage. We are getting that more and more and more that we talk about Trump, DeSantis. So just something to be had out there. I'd be curious. You're more than welcome to come up. I see that Scott Presser's here. Great to see you. Scott, if you want to chime in, let me know. Steve Cortez, great to see you as well. Awesome to be here tonight. Would love to hear your guys' thoughts on that. If you want to share them, that's absolutely fine. Let me know. Not going to bother you with sending an invite to you because I know how it is when I go into other places and they, keep sending me invites. So if you guys want to come up, let me know. But Steve, you do great work, and Scott, awesome as well. So with that being said, Julia, Mark, thoughts on the release of the search warrant, what we're going to see from it, does it have the language that's going to justify what they did? Where do you think this is going to fall before we go to the hands?
Okay. You want me to go first?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, I wanted to preface it with the Newsweek story because I think this was sort of a piece of the puzzle. This came out yesterday. It was called Exclusive. An informer told the FBI what docs Trump was hiding and where. So this article references 2 senior government officials, and one of whom was a 30-year veteran of the FBI. And it says in the article that the officials who have direct knowledge of the FBI's deliberations, they were granted anonymity in order to discuss sensitive matters. And in this article, it told us exclusively that the raid on Mar-a-Lago was based largely on information from an FBI confidential human source, one who was able to identify what classified documents former President Trump was still hiding and even the location of those documents. So they also added that this was timed deliberately to occur when the former president was away. So it gave us all of this information. That was basically where the whole, I guess, mole story kind of came out of. And they also said that FBI decision makers thought that denying the former president a photo opportunity or a platform from which to grandstand or attempt to thwart the raid would lower the profile of the event. One of the sources said that, and this is a direct quote from them. "I know that there's much speculation out there that this is a political persecution, but it is really the best and the worst of bureaucracy in action. They wanted to punctuate the fact that this was a routine law enforcement action, stripped of any political overtones, and yet they got the exact opposite." I just thought that was hilarious. They couldn't, figure out that something like this would happen, especially as soon as, the Trump family caught wind of it. But here is an additional issue, and probably the biggest one. The story included this quote. He insists, though, this is one of the officials, top level, that Garland had no prior knowledge of the date and time of the specific raid, nor was he asked to approve it. Then today at 6:30 p.m., they added the correction. A quote about Garland's role was deleted after the Attorney General himself addressed the issue. So what I really want to know, and I think a lot of people are wondering, is Newsweek going to correct its story, or, is Garland going to address that? Which one is wrong? Because these are supposed to be 2, senior officials, senior government officials, high up, in DOJ, or at least they said one of them's a 30-year veteran of the FBI. Like, what the heck? Where, they had the right to speak to Newsweek. They put out this whole story, and now we're finding out that this isn't true. So did Garland lie to our faces? So at the press conference then, Garland said, and you covered a lot of this, Crypto, that he personally approved the decision to seek a search warrant on this matter. So that directly contradicts this story. And then copies of both the warrant and the FBI property receipt were provided on the day of the search to the former president's counsel, who is on site the day of the search. Now, notably, they don't specify that the counsel wasn't allowed inside the house during the 10-hour search. I believe per her statements and also a Daily Mail article, she was made to wait at the end of the driveway outside. It's kind of confusing whether or not she actually had a good look at the warrant, because reports were that they showed it to her from 10 feet away. But then she said that she got, this is Christina Bobb, Trump's lawyer, she got a look at it, but she said that part of it was still sealed. So it wasn't a good close look, is what I would say. He also stated that all Americans are entitled to the even-handed application of the law due to due process of the law and to presumption of innocence. Much of our work is by necessity conducted out of the public eye. We do that to protect the constitutional rights of all Americans. And faithful adherence to the rule of law is the bedrock principle of the Justice Department and of our democracy. Under my watch, that is precisely what the Justice Department is doing. So I laughed through that. I couldn't believe that, he could take himself seriously. Not a single word of that was true. And then he said the reason that they're making the warrant public was because of the surrounding circumstances, the fact that Trump confirmed the search, and that there's substantial public interest in the matter. I will say that I'm glad the DOJ is actually owning up to it and will be the ones unsealing the warrant. I think they should have to face it. And then it was hilarious to me that he went to bat for the FBI and the DOJ, saying that their integrity is being unfairly attacked. I mean, when you have things like the Whitmer plot happening, which we know the FBI was deeply involved in and essentially set up. And then he said the men and women of the FBI and the Justice Department are dedicated, patriotic public servants. Every day they protect the American people from violent crime, terrorism, and other threats to their safety while safeguarding our civil rights. And my first thought was just, yeah, right. But they said they don't take it lightly. So
Julia, just one thing to add
sure.
to what you said. So remember when you said about the confidential informant that was over at Mar-a-Lago? Yeah. So just for people in the room, and I think some of you may know this, some may not. So keep this in the back of your mind when you're looking at the search warrant. So there's different levels of, when probable cause is found. If you're getting information from an undercover officer, then that is presumed to be true, and you can use that in your search warrant. So if I have Mark go in and hang out with, the elves and like the dwarfs, and then he gives me information back, that's going to be good to go because Mark is a sworn law enforcement officer. I know him. There's history, and it's fine to use that to go in. So there's different levels, and there's case law on this. So again, if the person was a officer, then it's going to be fine to use that information. Now, Julia mentioned they said confidential informant. Now, there's two types of confidential informants. So again, keep this in the back of your mind when you're reading the search warrant. There are verified confidential informants, CIs, and then there's unverified CIs. Unverified CIs, whatever they say, you have to verify. So if they're saying that X, Y, and Z is happening somewhere, you have to verify that. You cannot just simply put that in and get a search warrant. So if my agent goes out and gets a brand new confidential informant and we use him or her for the first time, usually come in with drugs because they can get into houses easily, they know the guy, whatever. If it's the first time that we're using her, or even the second or third time that we're using her, there needs to be independent verification. So what happens is she goes in, she goes, yeah, I saw drugs, I saw guns, X, Y, and Z. But what we'll then usually do is at some point we'll have her introduce one of our officers to the drug house and bring him in so he can verify what she's saying, right? There has to be verification. So again, just drugs and guns, what I'm saying, to the documents of what's in Trump's house, right? So if it was a CI who was new, if maybe it was a custodian, I don't know, it has to be verified. Then there's something that's what's called, they fall in the middle. When it comes to the presumption of truth, there's a verified CI. So a verified CI means, and it will be in the search warrant. You will say that I used this CI 57 times, and on 55 occasions, whatever this person said turned out to be true. Therefore, they fall into the presumption of what they're saying is true because they're a verified CI. So when you see the search warrant and you start reading it, look at who the person is. Is it someone that's brand new that is being used maybe for the first time as a CI? Highly doubtful in this situation. Is it a CI that they know and that they've used before? There are professional CIs, guys. There are people that make a living being CIs and making money. And then, or third, is it just simply not a confidential informant per se, but really an undercover officer? Meaning, is it someone from the Secret Service who's a snitch? because I don't think the FBI hangs around there too much, but there is, from what I'm hearing, there is a skeleton crew at Mar-a-Lago when he's not there. So that would then possibly be Secret Service. Now, I guess the question, and this is up for debate for everyone, I call it a snitch, but if the FBI reaches out to the Secret Service and say, listen, you guys are over there already, we're looking for X, Y, and Z, and, can you look around for us? Mark may say that's one law enforcement agency talking to another, and that person isn't a snitch. I don't know what their oath is. I could argue it both ways, but my take on it is that if you're asking a law enforcement officer who's Secret Service, who's there to present, and he's not there, so there's a skeleton crew, and you're asking him to snoop around to get you verifiable facts to base a search warrant on, it kind of sounds snitchy to me. But I'd like to hear people's thoughts on that. So anyway, Julie, I'm sorry. I just wanted to lay out the 3 levels. So when the search warrant comes out and you read, because they're not going to tell you who it is, but they're going to have to say who this person is in the manner of how they operate, because that's what the judge is going to rely upon. So you're either going to see independent verification from a second source, or you're going to see that this person has a verifiable history, or that they are an undercover officer. And then obviously if it's an undercover officer, it could be anyone at Mar-a-Lago. At that point, I don't know what Trump does. Does he have the availability to clean house and get a whole new bunch of people? I don't know. But you obviously have a mole or a snitch running around your property. So, Julia, back to you.
Hey, thanks. That was a really important distinction there. I appreciate that. So Trump's response, or I guess I should say on the topic of the mole, Town Hall had a good point on this. They said the question will turn to who in Trump's orbit, if this is really the case, seemingly close enough to know what documents he had in his possession at Mar-a-Lago, where they were stored, flipped to become an informant to the FBI amid this, this particular investigation. So it'll be interesting to see how that plays out. But Trump had a lot of things to say. He was posting on Truth Social, posting up a storm all day today. Early this morning, he said, "Stop communism in our country," in all capital letters. This evening, he said, "My attorneys and representatives are cooperating fully and had very good relationships, had been established. The government could have had whatever they wanted if we had it. They asked us to put an additional lock on a certain area. Done. Everything was fine, better than that of most previous presidents, and then out of nowhere and with no warning, Mar-a-Lago was raided at 6:30 in the morning by very large numbers of agents and even safecrackers. They got way ahead of themselves. Crazy." And you did reference that crypto, the addition of the lock, and I think that was in June. They actually came. They asked, "Can we see where you store your documents?" I think Trump walked by them per reports and actually said hi. They were very willing to show him that, his legal representation. So
Julia, yeah. Quick thought on that. What if that was the verification? What if they had an officer there who, because it would have to be someone, well, maybe it was an officer, maybe it was someone close to Trump, right? As you were saying, because this person would have to really know the layout. What if their June walkthrough was the verification they needed to substantiate the person's claim to then verify the search warrant?
It's possible. They did say that was a rare trip.
Right, because if someone who's there who is a friend or even family member or someone who just stays on the grounds, right? And great to see Ryan Fournier came in, Kristen Ruby came in. Great to see you guys. So what if the person down in Mar-a-Lago happen to be someone who just stays there? Maybe family, but more likely maybe a friend. And then this person, they give essentially he becomes a mole, a snitch, and he's got handlers. This person says, "Hey, what you're looking for, I have actually access to. I've seen it. Here's where it is." And then in order to verify, so this is going to be interesting on the search warrant when it's released. If the search warrant says they came down in June and then independently verified the information that was given to them, then the person that gave the information was essentially a first-time informant because they had to come down and verify. So I'm curious because they come out of the blue, right? They're like, "Oh, in June," they come down. They're like, "Oh, can we see the place? Right. Just want to make sure that it's okay and secure. They look it over. They say, put a lock on. He does. And then less than 45 days later, we have a search warrant.
And they break through the very lock that they asked Trump to.
Right.
Have.
Right.
So I really wonder
if it's in
good faith, even if it appears so on the warrant on its face. It makes you wonder.
Yeah, it does. It just seems that June trip seems very fishy. But anyway.
Yeah.
Hey, Crypto Jules. I'm sorry to interrupt. Have you guys seen Kyle Becker's and his Becker release that specifically mentions? Long story short, I put it in the bullpen. They're saying that it was in reference specifically to nuclear capabilities, if you will, either United States nuclear or possibly even other foreign countries' nuclear capabilities and or aspects of that. He's saying that it's specifically about that. That was the red flag that came up.
I didn't catch that, but
I put it in the bullpen.
Oh, okay. You mean the DM bullpen?
Yeah, bullpen DM.
Okay.
His article. Gotcha. He just released it like 50 minutes ago.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'll take a look. It seems though, and Ryan has a tweet which I'm gonna retweet and put in the nest too. So it's very interesting that why wouldn't they, if it came to nuclear codes, either for us or somewhere else? That's not. I mean, again, I haven't spoken to Trump on this, but this isn't something that would be, oh my God, Trump's going to use this against the FBI. Why not just make the phone call and say, hey, you have some paperwork regarding nuclear codes? It's not like, I don't think Trump can use it. What's he going to do? He's not going to sell it on the black market. So I guess to Julia and Mark, why not just, and then we'll bounce around here, but I'll put that up in the nest, Michael, which it just, to me, it sounds like what's Trump going to do with that stuff? If you ask for it, he's going to give it back. I mean, he doesn't.
Well, it also falls under he has the ability to declassify that, which we all know that, there's, I guess theoretically, nothing he would have been able to or should have taken or would have taken, he wouldn't have declassified. So that's the other issue.
Yeah, that's been bouncing around for the last few days, that he had information, on Spygate that they wanted. So it wasn't so much about maybe even a fishing expedition or certainly wasn't about the National Archives. It was more about getting what he had.
And just to be clear, nuclear codes are rotated, so this isn't like persistent information that would be usable. So it's more likely that, as was mentioned, it's about nuclear capabilities. Like, you'll recall that Hillary Clinton mentioned on national TV in a debate that when she was talking about the length of time to respond to a nuclear thing and saying, like, my opponent isn't qualified because when he gets the call at 3 a.m. and we only have 3 minutes to decide whether we have to do a retaliatory launch or, 15 minutes to decide, she essentially released classified information about, how quickly it would take us to approve and activate a launch. She essentially gave the lag time of our nuclear response so that Russia could calculate how effective a first strike might be by cruise missiles, offshore submarines, or these new hypersonic missiles. So this was Hillary on TV.
Okay, so to jump back to Trump's responses, he had a lot of others. He pointed out that he learned that they went through the First Lady's closet. That was a big point that a lot of people found interesting and also somewhat amusing, and said that they surprisingly left it in a relative mess. A couple of hours ago, he called it a witch hunt. And then he also pointed out that he posited, does anyone really believe that Joe Biden and the White House knew nothing about this great embarrassment to our country? So that's a question that hasn't been answered yet. And then he did reference a New York Post article several times throughout the day, both posting it and then also saying, I continue to ask what happened to the 33 million pages of documents taken to Chicago by President Obama. And so that article was, it said basically at the end of his presidency, Barack Obama trucked 30 million pages of his administration's records to Chicago, promising to digitize them and eventually put them online, a move that outraged historians. So if you want to look that up again, that's the New York Post. So he asked about that a few times throughout the day, obviously pointing to, you know, a two-tiered system of justice if they're going after him, but never went after Obama. Just, I have to give a shout out to Steve Bannon. He wrecked Merrick Garland on War Room tonight. It was amazing. If you guys didn't hear that, make sure you check it out. He basically said that right now, Merrick Garland is totally lawless. And he said that watching him, it looked like he was about to wet himself, that he was a total embarrassment, and that he takes pride, this is Bannon, takes pride that he had a very tiny role in being able to step up during Trump's 2016 campaign to run it for several days, because he knew that he was going to be a lifetime appointment to the Supreme Court. He said every night before he goes to bed, he thinks about that, how he's able to help get Trump elected and help destroy Garland's career. And then he really questioned the Newsweek story, and he said, you know, if Merrick knew this was a lie, why didn't he come out and say it was a lie on Monday? Why didn't he come out and say that, you know, he had prior knowledge of this, you know, instead of kind of laying low about it and staying quiet for days? He said, why didn't you have the stones to come out on the first day? You're a lawless scumbag, and now we're going to bring on the barrage of criticism. You're going to be impeached, you're going to be thrown out, and you're going to be humiliated because you're a lawless scumbag. So, and he really drilled home the point that Garland stood in front of the American people and lied. So, yeah, lots to say. That was a really great rant. And I think Bannon hit on a lot of my thoughts. But then also, you know, just what's going on with Hunter Biden and his laptop. You know, forget about Obama and his documents, but, you know, wasn't there classified information on that? You know, and the FBI has had that for how many years now? And we've heard nothing about it. So, but on a whole, I don't think Garland really said anything. I think this kind of, his milquetoast speech today gave us very little information. It was pathetic. And in fact, I think it's going to hurt them even more. And I just think we need to keep pushing. And of course, I mean peacefully, but continue to push, because this has really helped us unite, I think, behind Trump. But yeah, those are my comments for now.
That is such a great word, milquetoast. I haven't heard that. I haven't heard that
Isn't
used.
It?
I haven't heard that used in like a decade.
It's a good one.
It
really describes a lot of the left and a lot of their leaders, I think.
Yeah,
and rhinos.
Yeah.
Oh, great one. Yeah, Mitch McConnell. When I say milquetoast, I can't help but think of him.
That guy. All right, Mark, we're going to bounce to you. I know you have to go possibly earlier, so if you have to go, let us know. Otherwise, hang around for as long as you can. But so before we get to the hands, Mark, You know, the same thing here. You know, what are your thoughts on the search warrant narrative? Right. You know, big things here now, which I'm glad that I think Michael and Julia announced it. You know, unbeknownst to me, now we're talking about some sort of possible nuclear capabilities, which, you know, I mean, if that's the case, I mean, are they thinking that, you know, Trump is going to sell this to Venezuela? I mean, you know, I don't.
Yeah,
I'm not sure where that's going exactly.
All the new information just muddies the water. I had a pretty coherent line of thought, you know, yesterday, which was when the information was simple. You know, it was, you know, National Archives, they want this stuff back. And mine was very simple. I said, well, you know, have they called him? Have they emailed him? Have they asked their attorneys? Have they asked his staff? Has anybody ever mentioned that they want these boxes back, right? Because, you know, if you break it down to simple civics, right, if you borrow your neighbor's stuff and you don't return it, you know, you should probably ask for it back. You don't call the cops and try to get a search warrant for some missing property, right? So I start there, and that was quite simple. Now we're hearing this. Now we're hearing that someone had to verify it. They're, you know, spy, mole, CI, whatever, to, you know, develop some PC for a search warrant. So now I'm concerned if they were there in June and they're looking at these things and they want to verify it. And, you know, Trump is an I say honest, right? But I say an open book. He's going to talk. He talks to everyone. Just ask anyone from Atlantic City that, you know, worked for him years ago with his casinos. He spoke to everyone. So if there is a CI, you know, a spy, whatever you want to call it, someone, a source there, and they say, hey, Mr. Trump, you got a lot of boxes here from the old days, you know, and he says, yes, now, because I'm sitting here, I told you this, 2 nights ago, I said, there's no way you can connect this guy. He didn't pack the U-Haul. He got in his helicopter, he got in his plane. But now, if that's what happened, okay, that's problematic, right? That's, now you're connecting the former president to potentially, you know, the crime, right? Because you need, you probable cause of the crimes committed to get a search warrant to go to someone's house. So as this thing gets a little bit more complex, I get more concerned.
So, Mark, just quick question. Do you think that the June trip was possibly a verification?
It could be. Now, I'm truly, I have no idea, right? So I just speculate,
right,
but
yeah,
that's a huge concern because, then you raise the question, which is using, and we talked about it, is their oath, right? So if they're quote unquote law enforcement and they're watching crimes occur, I think of Hunter. I think of any other, presidential family doing anything illegal, right? It's part of life is doing illegal things. So, I'm wondering if they're not arresting these family members, what is padded into, what tolerances do they have? So if that's the case, if they're more protective services than law enforcement, then when you use the protective services to gain information without a warrant or some kind of court order or something, it's basically spying. So it begs the question of legality. I don't know that answer. I don't think anybody does because it's never happened before. So, it makes me nervous. The more I hear, the more nervous I get. Because if you remember 2 nights ago, it was pretty simple for me. I said, I hope this is nothing simply more than a political smear. I really, really, truly hope that we don't see an arrest, an indictment, a charge. I hope that it was just really poor operations to get back some boxes. I really would hope that, but I don't think the search warrant is going to be very detailed. I'm just guessing, but I think they want to keep it vague.
But it has to be detailed. I mean, that's what the Fourth Amendment says. It says that that's what it says in all the case law. It says
I
that
say relatively detailed. Then maybe it's detailed to the minimal.
But it talks about you need to talk about what you're looking for exactly.
Yeah,
where
how do you get into her wardrobe?
And for the first in history raid of a president, I think there might be a few eyeballs that look on it to make sure it's going to be seen that way.
So yeah, we will. But I mean, I would think, what is it exactly? What are the documents? Where are they exactly? And then, beyond that, I think the question remains is, Secret Service, I don't know. I just looked up their oath of office, which is, the same as anyone else for the Secret Service, that they have with the Constitution. But, Secret Service, I would think if we had someone in here tonight who was part of the Secret Service, they would say, "Hey, dirty little secret, hanging out with Hunter Biden. I could have arrested him 5,000 times, but I haven't
all day long." Yep.
Right, but they haven't. So, I don't know if it's one law enforcement agency to another, but yeah, I'll tell you what. If so I know why you said vague. But I think if that search warrant isn't detailed to the point of what papers and why and where and how they got this information, you're going to have a team of attorneys with, if you want to find case law, the easiest case law to find is Fourth Amendment case law.
Sure.
You're going to have a massive amount of case law and a team of attorneys saying that this search warrant is not valid on its face. And I guess my other question before we hop over to Ryan, and then we'll go down as I see it on my rows here. Question I have for you, Mark, and we don't know, right? So this is a hypothetical. I was team no indictment, right? Remember when Julie Kelly was on our pod a couple weeks ago, and I was team no indictment? Right. So I think you have to indict now. I don't think you can raid the former president's house and not indict. You look like a bigger asshole than you already do.
Yeah, I think that reminds me.
What are your thoughts?
Yeah, that reminds me in the simplest form. Cop on the street. If you get in a tussle with someone, you have to charge them. You have to charge them with agasol and law enforcement resistance.
Right.
Reminds me of a time where I lawfully acted and knocked a guy off a bicycle, and and turns out he really, truly didn't. He was hard of hearing. Didn't hear me tell him to stop. Okay, so
what is it? What is it with you and bicycles tonight?
I had some of my best lockups off bicycles, but it's
But going back to this, though, I mean, doesn't this almost have to lead to an indictment? Otherwise,
nothing.
Otherwise,
but
crypto. Do you think that J6 will be mentioned in the warrant?
When all this broke down, my answer was yes, but now I'm hearing everything but J6. So
my guess is no.
So it's making me second guess myself. I thought yes, absolutely. This would be documents or something for, possible emails or footage. I mean, it turned out to be boxes apparently, but USB drives, emails, things that they could have gotten other ways, obviously, unless there's only like a USB that's holding it. But I thought yes, there would have been a big connection to that, considering they're talking about this conspiracy to commit sedition. But this whole box thing, it just doesn't sit well with me. It just doesn't seem like you need to break into Mar-a-Lago when he's not there and get a bunch of boxes back.
And what about planted evidence?
Can I leave with just two thoughts real quick?
Go ahead, Mark. Yeah. Go ahead.
Sorry, because I got to go early tonight, guys, and my apologies. One, crypto, don't forget to mention the newsletter. Okay, so but my last thought is this, and
hold on. So you're telling me to mention the newsletter as you mention
they listen to you more than me. They don't listen to me like they listen to you. They're like, who wants to listen to this little tiny midget cop? Which I'm not, right? So
okay, real quick before Mark leaves, if you guys can retweet the space, because we have Ryan in here, we have other people in here, Steve, we have Kristen, we have Scott. People are going to come up. If you guys can retweet the space, we have a great space tonight. If you guys can do that, that'd be fantastic. We're about to get into more. We're over 400 people now, which we have for a while. The other thing for people who haven't done it, it'll take you, literally it'll take you 15 seconds with me. You click on my face. If you're on your phone, if you're on your computer, you click on my face. It'll bring you to my page. Right underneath my bio, it will say Two Feds and the Truth podcast. That's how we send out our podcast. There's no spamming from me. We don't make any money off of it. It's simply when we are going to record, or most likely afterwards once we are done recording. That's how we send it out initially. So if you guys can click on my face, go to my profile, click on subscribe. If you've already subscribed, it'll just say start reading. You don't have to click that. But if you haven't subscribed to that, if you guys could, tomorrow night we have Brick Suit on, which we're going to talk about Kerry Lake. He was out there the night that Kerry Lake won. So we're going to talk about that. And then obviously we're going to talk about Trump and the search warrant. But okay, with that, trying to pay the non-existent bills of Podbean.
My last thought. Yeah.
Go ahead, buddy.
So my last one, Baby Yoda, I would suggest he probably has an answer to this. I don't know this. I'm trying, and I don't even mean the crazy concept. Why does a former president or I'll even say a general or a SecDef or anything, why do these guys need anything when they leave office? I don't know. I know someone will say, well, they might need to be read in, something that happened during their okay. But these documents exist, or somebody in their staff should know where they're at. I don't know why they need them. Now, I'm not indicting Trump for having them. They all have them. I just don't know this answer, right? And then, then I think if he has something that he wants to use, aka he's got the receipts, he wants to rerun, and he wants these things. He wants to keep them close to his chest. He doesn't want them to get deleted or gone or anything nefarious going on. I can understand that, right? I really can. The question is, would he not have copies? Would he not have them digital? Really the only ones, and they're still sitting in boxes. So I just don't know that. I'm going to listen to the rest of this tomorrow, guys. But, the question is, what do they really need, right? And I think, but thanks.
I'll give you
much.
I'll give you a two-part quick take. One part is the president. They want all the documents for their to think about their presidential library and their legacy. So they just want to get all the documents and think about, what they don't need later. So in Obama's case, and Julia tweeted on this, and I did as well, and I think it was a New York Post story. Obama took with him when he left office 30 million documents with him. I think it turned out to be 39 million pages, or like scanned images it would be. And he basically said, like, hey, National Archives, I will take these documents with me, but I will digitize them and give you a copy back so that they're preserved in perpetuity. After 5 years, 0 records had been digitized. So that just tells you about the two-tiered system of justice. Now, to the more important question of like, why would they need them? Well, yeah, for presidents, they generally wouldn't need them other than kind of for their legacy or the environment. Sure, I guess if a Democrat, like if Obama went out of office and Biden wanted to talk to him, well, ex-presidents can still get security briefings and be read in on a partial of the presidential daily brief type things for that purpose. But as president, you're right, it's not that common or that important. For people, Secretary of State or Secretary of Defense, it's extremely common. They all tend to keep their security clearances at least 3 to 7 years after they're out of office. And there actually are consultations and things, initiated by both sides to that. But you could see that if you're like working in a specific position, Sec Dev or Secretary of State or that it would be much more likely that you would need to know the nuances of something that happened. Like China is such a complex issue. You might want to talk to people all the way back to the Clinton administration when the World Trade Organization and presidents that were there for 8 years too. There's a lot of backstory because other countries don't necessarily change leaders as often as we do. We've got Xi, who's a leader here for life in China. So that's all I have to say. Julie, do you have any thoughts?
No, I already talked about the entire Obama thing earlier.
So, quick question before we go to Ryan. BY.
Crypto, real quick. I have a comment and a quick question for you.
Okay,
I apologize.
Hold on.
Okay,
Michael, you cannot do any of that until you get your ass out of speaker and come up to co-host. So you have to click on that first. And while you're doing that, I'm going to ask BY something real quick. BY, does Hillary Clinton still have all of her stuff to the best of your knowledge?
Don't know.
Yeah, me either. it just makes me think why some of these people like Hillary or just some people, maybe because I just don't like them, but and I understand what you said, but I think we need to possibly rein in some of these people who are extremely partisan, especially some of these generals and some of these other people that just have all this security clearance and they've been gone for years or a decade. So, all right, Michael, go ahead. And then we're going to head to Ryan. Go ahead, buddy.
Yeah, and I apologize to the hands. So anyway, I just want to make a quick comment. CNN has just been doing, I'd say, a half hour to 45-minute with 3 different people on a panel. And they're going with the newer capabilities thing, classified documents. They also mentioned that part of the raid, there was a member of what they would call counterintelligence. So it sounds like that is the main issue. At least, we know what CNN and those guys can do, but they're running with that pretty seriously. Now, my quick question to you is, and for the room, and we talked a little bit about the possibility of so I get so confused. If we're talking about a document, and granted, let's say it's a file, 50 pages, and who knows, whoever this person is or however it was found, they would have to have went through boxes, right? I mean, no one's just going to leave a document out or a file out on the living room couch. So someone has access to these boxes if that's the case. And the legal question, if that person is going through these types of documents to become the mole and or give that information to someone, isn't that somewhat trespassing? Or you understand my question? Like, yeah. You don't have the right to go through that. Very selected people have the right to go through those boxes, which is either the National Archives or whatever. So that's where I get really confused on who this potential person is and how they came about notifying someone of a specific file or document.
Right. No, you're absolutely right. So I can, I always just go back to guns and drugs because that's what I did for a decade. But, if a cop pulls you over and they see a prescription bottle that in and of itself isn't something they can seize or they can ask you to get out of the car for, because on its face, it's not criminal. So the same thing with a box, right? If you were to walk by a room and say the door was open and there was a box and there may be papers inside of it, there's nothing about that that's criminal. So to answer your question is yes, and the search warrant's going to tell us, or it should tell us, that where the boxes were and what was inside of them. And it should say who looked at them, who got it. And I am sure there's places in Mar-a-Lago. I mean, I've been a few times, but I've always, kind of been out in the pool area and things like that. But I'm sure if you really dig into Mar-a-Lago, there are places that are, because it is a club too, right? There are places that could be considered quasi-public, and there could be places that are extremely off limits, and that's where Trump. And, there are certain people that obviously, they're not going to let me into Trump's room. So you're absolutely right, Michael. And there's a lot of stuff there that's going to come out in that search warrant because it should be, and I believe it will be particularized as it needs to be, especially given the severity of what's going to come out of this case, possibly. So yeah, lots of questions. And you're right. Who was in this restricted area that was supposed to be made to hold this confidential information, and then who went in the boxes? I don't know. I would think if it was me, say I was there for the viewing of 2000 Mules, right? And I just wandered off and I made myself into Trump's room and into this little secured area. Yeah, I mean, I'm not supposed to be there. So, that's a good argument to be made. So, I don't know. The answer is I don't know. We're going to find out. Sent me a DM that it's set for Friday, which is tomorrow, I guess, on whether Trump's attorneys oppose the release of the search warrant, which I don't think they're going to do. So we're going to find out. And I don't know if his attorneys or him, if they have a copy pursuant to the rules, you're supposed to leave a copy of the search warrant. You're supposed to leave a copy of the inventory and return. But oftentimes feds don't. They just don't. I don't know. The answer is, but you make a great point, Michael. Was that person in an area they were allowed to be in? Because that's very crucial to whether or not, you ask a really good question. Ryan, thanks for waiting so long, brother. Julia, if it's okay with you, I'm going to grab a drink. I'm going to get over to Ryan. And if you could help out with the hands, that would be fantastic. Is that okay, Julia?
Sure. Yeah.
Okay, thanks. Ryan, the floor is yours. Great to see you tonight, brother.
Great to see you as well, brother. I just had a few things to say. Thanks to everybody that's joined this room. I've been talking with Project Veritas today. And, I on this, number one, I think everybody here should demand to see the affidavit. We want to see the sworn statement. We want to see how this came about, right? They said he colluded with Russia. They claimed he coerced Ukraine. They said he choked Secret Service agents and, tried to take over the beast. Now they're saying he stole top secret nuclear plans. None of this makes sense. It just alludes to the fact that they're full of shit, and they've continued to be full of shit. But I wanted to, quickly highlight something tonight is that, what really happened at, the Mar-a-Lago. We need to have inside source information. Whistleblowers are protected. They have been protected, and we need people to come forth. All right. I'm telling you, Project Veritas, they have an amazing, rock solid legal team. They keep their sources anonymous if you want to be anonymous. So my advice, my message tonight, I have the tweet. I think it's the second pinned one in this channel where I'm calling for people. Go. If you are in this channel, you're a federal agent, someone who knows information on this stuff. Email veritastips@protonmail.com. Get out there because we need your help. Clearly, there's something fishy going on here. Clearly, none of this is adding up with the judge, with the response from the DOJ, the silence from the FBI, how this was pulled off, all angles, left and right, top and bottom. None of it makes sense. So please, guys, if you know someone, if you are someone, email veritastips@protonmail.com. We need to know what the hell is going on. We're losing our country, and we can't take this for any longer, quite frankly. So thank you guys so much. That's all I had to say.
Really appreciate that, Ryan. And definitely I'll be sharing that tweet. And we do encourage everyone to speak. I just had a question for you, if you wouldn't mind, regarding a tweet that John Cardillo put out about law enforcement sources telling him that they're cataloging social media posts of known conservative influencers so that they can be threat assessed, coming after the First Amendment and anyone who opposes the regime. I think this kind of ties in maybe a little bit to them kind of going after Trump. Do you have any thoughts on that?
Yeah, no, 100%. And it's more scary that it's the government than it is. We wrote this a few years ago. Yeah. I was on a list. Candace was on a list. Charlie was on a list. A bunch of us were on a list because of things we said on social media that I guess offended the regime or the deep state, as they call it. And, I have to say one thing. If it didn't motivate anybody to vote for Trump after he said that he's going to annihilate the deep state and destroy the deep state, firing these bureaucratic, unelected officials who think that they can control our lives from the coziness of their Washington, D.C. homes, the DuPont Circle morons. It's not going to happen, but that should have motivated you more than ever to vote for him, right? And so I look at the whole thing. It's scary. It's a scary thing that you could say something on social media. You can challenge these individuals. And they're going to come after you with the full force. You should see it from, with the IRS, the 87,000 IRS agents that they want to, hire. They're not going for the 1%. They're coming from the middle class, right?
They want to arm them.
Exactly. Yeah. If you can't use deadly force, if you don't pay your taxes, you're going to get shot dead in the street, right?
We're not allowed to, but they want to take the Second Amendment away from us.
Oh, yeah, 100%. I mean, we've heard it time and time again. But no, John's 100% right. It is scary. I've only heard a little bit about this. I heard him talking about it. I heard a few other people talking about it. But this is the stuff we're talking about. This is why we need to fight like hell to win. We really do need to clean up these departments, this bureaucracy. This is something, and I'm only 26 years old, and I'm saying this. There's people younger than me that are saying this, that are seeing this stuff. If the younger generation is catching up on this, there's a serious problem. This is very clear. And so, yeah, I 100% agree with John. We need to take action. This can't stand. This is third world country bullshit, to quote Dan Bongino. And I think he'd be great to have in here one night as well. Love to hear from a Secret Service agent, former Secret Service agent, on, the protocols here, and sort of how they, sort of to Baby Yoda. I think he would have been phenomenal to answer for that. Maybe somebody can send it to him to respond to. But it is third world country stuff. And, we've been dealing it for a while with tech platforms, putting us on lists, censoring us, algorithm wise. For the federal government to be doing that, that's a whole nother level. Quite frankly, within the next year, I wouldn't be surprised if any of us don't end up on the terrorism watch list for our opinions. I'm just saying. And I wouldn't be surprised if Donald Trump is indicted, which would be the straw that breaks the camel's back. I hate to say that. I'm being very clear with you from a comment earlier that was made that, an indictment is likely, that you can't see it not happening because of all of what has led up to now, sort of the actions they have taken. You've seen it in every bad cop video. A cop gets aggressive with someone and then they charge them with resisting arrest when they were never even resisting arrest in the first place because there was no reason to resist arrest, if you get what I'm saying. So, I would not be surprised. And that is going to make more so a living martyr out of the guy than anything. He'll dominate 2024. No worries there. But I worry for the country. I worry for the country. I worry for the safety of Americans in that situation because it could get ugly. It could get ugly. And, I've said it before. A lot of people are mad. A lot of people are upset. But this seems the path that they want to go down. And I hope they're ready, to sort of welcome trying to, pull from this tree here because it will not be pretty.
Yeah, because you got the government, according to Psaki, technically whispering into social media companies' ears. But I just wanted to add before, I can see Crypto's unmuted here, that Trump always said that they're going after him because he's the one that stands in between us and them. So,
yeah, no, Julia, I'm gonna kick it right back to you. I just wanted to say because I DM'd Kyle Becker, he's in here. Just want to say everyone, Kyle, I took his article that Michael mentioned. It's up in the Nest, guys. So it's right next to Ryan's. So if you go to the second one on the right, you'll see Ryan's tweet, and then if you go one more further, I put Kyle's article up there in the Nest. So please do take a look at that and read that. And and just to Ryan's point, Ryan, you make a great point. I was there, but the federal agents, they were all blacked out. They were wearing like the ski mask. You couldn't see anything but their eyes, but they were taking pictures of our faces. And you could tell it made people uncomfortable because they were leaving. Now, I wasn't leaving. I was hanging around. I don't care if they have my picture. I mean, I know my rights. I know what I can say. I'm not untouchable, of course, but I mean, they were walking around, and I was joking with Julia at one point where there was like this like tinier agent that was like following me, and I was like taking that I couldn't get a good picture, and then I turned around real quick and she kept following me. But it made other people uncomfortable. Like, you had federal agents amongst the crowd, which I would say was about 1,000 people, which was kind of we were east of the Flagler Bridge, which takes you over to the town of Palm Beach. So we were east of that, but we weren't on Ocean Boulevard yet, but we were close to it. And you had feds amongst us taking pictures of people's faces, and then they were running down and taking pictures of license plates. And it made people uncomfortable. 100% of people left because there were families there, there were young kids out there, there were older people. I mean, there was a whole group, right? And everybody was chill. Except that one cop who turned out to be an asshole and didn't want to talk to me too much. But besides that, I mean, why else would you go around person to person taking pictures of people's faces? I mean, we are in a public area. You can do it. At the same time, maybe because you're a Fed, maybe because you think you're cool, maybe because you're working Secret Service, or you're, whatever it is, you're undercover. And I know that when, I mention this, it's going to sound stupid because it's not legal, but it seems a little unfair that I'm out in the open. You can take a picture of my face. I don't care, but you're wearing a mask. So, you want to hide behind your veil of your tactical uniform, but you're going to take pictures of my face and everyone else who's out there that night, but I don't get to know who you are.
Yeah, no, you're 100% right. And I mean, we saw the article about Trump's wardrobe here. You're going to see the Fed boys wearing your clothes, sometime soon, I'm assuming. If they didn't get your footage from January 6th, they're going to try to get it in any other way, shape or form. And it's not surprising. It should be scary to a lot of people, a lot of Americans, that this is the way that our government is acting towards citizens, the Patriot Act. Just what we've seen in the last few years, IRS targeting conservatives, Lewis Lerner, how they targeted President Trump, how coordinated it was between the Democratic Party and the DNC, directly messaging these social media platforms, quote unquote, they found alarming content, and they're pushing for conservative, content creators, influencers, commentators, whatever, to be banned. The type of activity is equatable to the CCB or the CCP and the cabal, right? This is not American. The founding fathers are turning in their graves right now, watching this as this happens. It's scary. And I know for any attorney out there, especially Trump's lawyers, who are probably up 24/7 dealing with this stuff, I have to commend those guys because they do a hell of a job. Don't know how Donald Trump does it every single day. Don't know how his family does it every single day. I have to commend every single one of them, the people that are behind them, the people that are behind this mission, this movement, because we're living on unprecedented times. It's really going to take a movement, for that we're in this country. But guys, that was just some of my quick thoughts. I wanted to end this. I want to jump off here. I got some other stuff to do. But please, as I said earlier, I echo this. We want to know what happened at the Mar-a-Lago, what truly happened. I put a tweet out earlier on the night of when Donald Trump was raided. And I said, quite frankly, we want you, Mr. President, please release these tapes. It would not only make a great campaign ad, but people will see the ravageness, the unprofessionality of these federal agents from what it's been reported and how they raided this property. Some of the actions that they committed while they were, doing this raid. I mean, this was a 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. event where they have footage because they refuse, supposedly, this is what I'm hearing now. I don't know for sure, to not turn off the security cameras. So if that is the case, they have all of this footage. This footage should be released to see exactly how these regime specialists, how this operation really operates, right? I really hope that the president does that. I hope he releases it. And for any, Fed boy, anybody from the regime who is listening to this, who may listen to this in the future, if you have the gall, if you have the balls or the love or care for your whistleblower, get out there, email veritastips@protonmail.com. They will protect you. They have an amazing legal team. We need people to speak up because we can no longer just sit in silence from the outside lines, not knowing what's going on. We need the people on the inside to come out and speak up. Thank you guys so much. God bless all of you. We're in this fight together. God is on our side. We're not going to lose. Let's keep fighting. Thank you, guys.
Hey, Ryan, before you go, I want to piggyback on what you said, and I'll say it quickly. Tucker Carlson has been talking about this for at least a year or two, and all these different things that are going on with the feds. And I'm speaking for myself now because of what Ryan just said. There is more than likely feds in here, and I say that respectfully. I don't mean that derogatory. But the point being is that we do not want to live in a country where people start to feel that they're not part of the process or they're second-class citizens. So what you're doing is you're creating extremists. It's what we did in other countries, third world countries, when we tried to overtake them. We did these types of acts in other countries, and you're creating extremists that are going to act out. And I wish somebody would just, come forward, as Ryan said. Very well said, Ryan.
I appreciate that. And you're 100% right. You look at some of the earlier conflicts of the early 2000s, the 80s and 90s at some of these things, these CIA tactics. This is stuff right out of, the Black Book and how to, overtake a country to, create a quote unquote democracy, right? In many of these countries, it just doesn't work. Time and time again, take a class on this stuff, go to college, take a class on this. You'll see some of, the things that our government has done. And it's disgusting. It's disgraceful. And it should shame every single American to make sure that it never happens again. We've done the same thing. I mean, look at Ukraine. You have a pro-U.S. president, then you have, a pro-Russia president. You see it time and time again. And it looks more and more so like it's just, a money laundering operation time and time again. But, it really takes, the courage, the strength for someone to stand up and look at this as, it's bigger than them. It's bigger than their family. It's the country at stake, right? And these are things that, you would think someone who has love for their country, has patriotism, sees the trials and tribulations that it took from us to get from 1776 to here, that they would realize what's going on and that they would say, okay, enough is enough. And it's going to take those certain individuals to stand up, say, screw the system, screw the regime and what's going on. I'm going to stand up for my country, because what happened to Donald Trump just a few short days ago never happened to Richard Nixon, never happened to Hillary Clinton, never happened to John Brennan, never happened to Eric Clapper, never happened to Hunter Biden, Joe Biden, never happened to any single one of those individuals. 20 plus people who should have been raided before this raid was even thought about. Never happened. People need to wake the hell up and smell the coffee, smell reality, because this is not just Donald Trump they're coming for. I know you've heard this talking point the last few days, and I've said it even before then. So is the president, so is many other people. They're not just coming for him. They're coming for the movement. They're coming for every single person that is threatening this bureaucratic regime that has been created over the last 50 years in this country. People should be concerned about that. They should be willing to fight against that, because those are the people that are making your lives miserable each and every single day.
Jeffrey Epstein and Maxwell didn't get that type of treatment.
I'll say it's just scary how many people don't recognize tyranny when it's staring them, right in the face.
Exactly.
But I appreciate you popping into our spaces again. Always love to hear what you have to say. And
anytime, guys. Thank you so much. You all have a great night. I appreciate y'all and look forward to being back here soon.
Absolutely. And I encourage everyone to retweet your tweet. I just shared it again, in case people don't want to scroll past the other tweets.
So, Julia, quick question before I give it to you in the hands. You have a decent crowd when you have OnlyFans people in here, right? So like I'm going through the names and I'm like, there's an ass, and I'm like, there's an ass, and like a bunch of OnlyFans. What if the Fed boys, that's their accounts? Like the Feds came in and then you click on it and like you only have to go like halfway down and you run into like 3 OnlyFans accounts. Like I'm like, why is this ass here? And then I'm like, oh, there's a picture of boobs, and I'm like, and then you click on it and it's just like OnlyFans stuff. Like, I'm thinking,
Crypto, you've got that one politician who is an OnlyFans person, Martha.
Yeah, is she an OnlyFans?
Yeah, she's doing that to raise money because she's up against an establishment politician.
Permission to treat the witnesses hostile.
Yeah, I didn't know that, but yes, she was in the case a few times, and we started chatting about Bitcoin, and that's what kind of led us up to chatting, and then having her on, and then having a disagreement civilly, and then she didn't want to chat anymore. But yeah, interesting stuff. But yes, other thing was I sent a DM. There was not too long ago, and you guys got to bear with me. I'm gonna kick it back to Julia. There's like 430 people in here right now, but there was a Capitol police officer who I sent to our DM, and I think Michael just responded to it. Chris Palombi, who was a former Capitol police officer who was just in here. I don't know if he's still in here or not, but be curious to hear what he has to say. I just did a quick Google, lots of stuff on him. Interesting background, to say the least. So, anyway, all right, Julia, back to you.
All right, let's go to some hands. Sarah, you've been really patient. What are your thoughts on anything we've talked about so far?
Hi, Julia. Nice seeing everybody tonight. Ryan, great national treasure, brother. Love your work. And Rising Serpent, love your epic troll takedowns, brother. I watch it all the time. What I wanted to say was when a skiff is certified for use, okay, I'll say this much. It has to have a cipher lock on the door. The other lock they were talking about. So there's no way that skiff could have been certified for use, and then they come visit in June and tell them to put that lock on, because it would have already been there when the skiff is certified for use. So I think that was your verification as far as the CIs go. I think what Crypto said tonight is spot on. I think they had an unverified CI in there, and they needed to send somebody in there to verify what they were being told. So that was the premise of the visit in June, was to find out, all these are there documents in there, and where they're located and all that stuff. And so, because the skiff had already been certified for use, and when they do that, they make sure there's locks there, there's cameras there watching the door, all that stuff, because the skiffs are secure, right? So in order to get into a skiff, you have to know the combination to that lock. You have to have permission to go in there. You have to have the right clearance level. You have to be read on, okay? And, you have to be watched the entire time you're in there, so you don't take stuff out of there that should remain in there, because when stuff goes in there, it stays there. It does not come back out. Those are the rules. Those are the laws. So in order to make sure all of that happens, that's why you have that inspection before it goes into operation. So Mar-a-Lago has a skiff, has an operational skiff. So there was no reason for them to go there in June and say, oh, you have to put this lock on here. That's 100% bullshit. 100%. And I'll go to my grave saying that. I'll bet my next paycheck saying that because I spent 10 years working on the DoD side. I should know how a SCIF operates and how it's certified. Without going too deep, because there are some details that I can't share, but I can say that. I mean, the security stuff, you can look that up. It's out there. How a SCIF is secured. And that's how it's done, 100% how it's done. So there was no reason whatsoever for them to come in June other than to verify what their CI told them so that they can come and fuck Trump in August. Because that's exactly what they're doing. And that was 100% bullshit. And I'll go up against anybody that tries to tell me that that's not accurate information because I know that's accurate. Because there's no way that SCIF could be operational without all the locks on the door, without the cameras there, without the inspection. And the inspector would have caught that shit and said, hey, he would have caught that shit then and said, hey, you cannot operate this SCIF until you put the cipher lock on. And that's, I mean, that's just the way it is. It has not changed in years. It probably won't change until Congress decides to make revisions to the laws and guidelines to national security as far as that goes. But for now, they haven't done that. So, that's just my thoughts on everything. And I will leave you guys with this. It's kind of a little poll. By a show of hands, who here thinks that Merrick Garland was the recipient of swirlies every day in the high school gym locker room?
Okay, thank you so much, Sarah. Appreciated that information. Let's jump to Soul, Ultra MAGA New Yorker.
What's a swirly?
No way.
What?
I'm an old dude. We didn't do that in high school.
So,
Crypto, what would you like me to explain it?
No, I know what it is, but feel free, sir.
And Johnny proved he knows what it is.
okay. So Julia, Crypto.
The only thing that happened in the high school locker room was once in a while a dude would turn around and pee on somebody else. Right. Is that a swirly?
Okay, so this may sound like a weird question, but has there ever been a precedent that if you're looking for classified documents, you look through wardrobes? I mean, has there ever been a precedent ever? If you get why I'm asking that?
Yeah, I mean, that's a good point. So I don't know what the search warrant's going to say. Obviously, if they had certain materials or boxes or things that were hidden in Melania's closet, that should be on the search warrant, the probable cause narrative. And then, yes, they can go in her closet and they can move clothes around. They can look for things. But, I've been on enough search warrants to know that once cops are in the house and it's secured, no one else is in there, sometimes they fuck around in the house. And feds don't wear body-worn cameras. So I've seen cops play around with people's shit in the house, which, isn't exactly professional, which is why they don't like having prosecutors on their search warrants. But yeah, I mean, from what I heard, and I'll go to Julie here. Well, from what I heard, they went into, I don't know if the search warrant said anything about her closet. No idea. But Julia?
Yeah, from what I'd read, it sounded like they had the run of the place, as they talked about them just being in the entire 128 room, I think it was, house, and they were there for 9 or 10 hours. So it didn't sound like they were limited, although most of the articles say that it was focused on his personal quarters and I believe his office. So yeah, but I did question that, said, what reason would they have for being in there? I'm guessing we're going to find out at some point, because that has that's been a focus of a lot of people's questions and tweets and whatnot. Yeah, so it's a 3,000 square foot private quarters. This is the raid by over 30. I'm looking at a New York Post article. The raid by over 30 plainclothes agents from the Southern District of Florida and the Washington field office extended through the Trump family's entire 3,000 square foot private quarters, as well as to a separate office and safe and a locked basement storage room in which 15 cardboard boxes of materials from the White House were stored. They arrived at 9 a.m. and didn't leave until 6:30 p.m. An eyewitness to the raid said all of the boxes were confiscated by federal agents Monday, but it's unknown if anything else was taken, as no itemized list of items was provided by the FBI. That's interesting. I would have thought they would have left the list behind. But all right, let's jump to some more hands. We'll go to Greg next. Are you there, Greg? Okay, we'll pause on Greg. Let's go to the United Spot.
Hey, are you guys there?
We sure are.
Hey, how you doing? This is House Drinker Nancy. I'm seeing a lot of unappreciation here. It's like you're not happy, then for Democrats. That's the only way you're gonna ever be truly happy. It's like the 0% inflation alone should sure you should want to go to the polls and vote Democrat. I mean, Joe Biden is doing a great job. It's just like I just want to start off by saying that justice has been served, all right? Attorney Laziza and Judge Reinhardt are heroes, national heroes. The raid was justified, all right? You have your rights. You don't have any rights. No one is above the law. Well, except for me and my husband Paul and my son Paul Jr. and Joe Biden and Hunter and Hillary and Clinton, Maxine and Waters, Chuck. Pretty much everybody that's a Democrat is above the law. But the rest of you peasants, Donald Trump is going down, all right? For all you survivors of the darkest day in American history, you're welcome. Because we got him. We got him. Joe Biden changed the world. There's a 0% inflation. That's right. You asked for it, and you got it. All right, I got to get going now because happy hour is last one.
Oh, I love that guy. He comes in, he's so funny, and then he bounces. Oh my god, that shit is hilarious. He actually does a decent Nancy Pelosi, like drunk, and it's like I can almost see the dent. Oh my god,
so one eye open,
yes,
closed. Yeah,
exactly. All right, guys. While Julia calls on the hands, if you can, toss your hand up for me if you're in the speaker box. And Greg, I'm going to bring you back up. I know that we just missed you, so I'm going to bring you back up. We do have a queue of people that want to come up. So if you're in the speaker box, go ahead and toss your hand up, and I will bring you up as soon as I can, because right now we're maxed out with the co-hosts and the speakers that are currently up here. So if you spin, I'm going to have to rotate you down, and then I'll bring someone obviously up. And then if you want to talk again, not a problem. I'll bring you back up. Not an issue. Just need to keep rotating to make sure we get to as many people. We try to get to everyone. So I want to give it, everyone a chance to speak. And with that being said, I've spoken enough. Going to go to Julia, and I'll keep rotating, Julia.
Sounds great. Okay, go ahead, Cindy. If not, we'll jump to.
Man, we are having just horrible percentages.
I'm
Anyone
here.
awake?
I'm here.
Hey,
I'm here.
there she
I
is.
had to turn my microphone on. I'm sorry.
Gotcha.
Yeah. All right, Cindy, it's all yours.
Hi. So I was just gonna originally. Thanks for calling on me. I've been waiting a while, but originally I was just gonna talk about Kyle Becker's article, and that I had also saw it a few hours ago, posted in a Washington Post article that had apparently broke the story, and that with the people who came forward, it was plural, more than one person, and they just wanted to remain on being anonymous. So my own opinion on that is it's Garland, the FBI, and all their cronies who probably leaked that to MSM, get ahead, because they know they're getting trashed by we the people and the true Americans They're just getting trashed all over the place. So they had to break a story, kind of like, look, squirrel, don't look here, look there. I just wanted to also highlight I still feel like kind of this is to find evidence to indict Trump for for January 6th. I just I can't help but feel that, and there was something broke yesterday by left leaning. The Penn article. Did you see that article where several members of Senate and Congress in Pennsylvania? If you give me just 1 second, I wanted to just find it really fast because I wanted to know what you thought on it as far as, okay, here it is.
And yeah, we did talk about it the little the other night, but go ahead.
Okay, yeah, the FBI delivered subpoenas and several to the Pennsylvania Republicans in Congress. And then, they also had got the congressman's cell phone. So is your opinion on that revolves around the voter fraud that happened in the 2020 election? And they are possibly trying to tie Trump to indict him in the 1-6 that we know he's innocent on, but that's just kind of how I feel. And then the Gateway Pundit also put out a story yesterday also on a whistleblower that the FBI had a personal stake in the Mar-a-Lago raid for after Spygate documents. So that's all I have. I'm just curious on your thoughts on that.
Cindy, a quick question to you and all the other people that come up to speak. Do you believe Trump will be indicted, and how will that make you feel?
Well, it's going to anger me, of course. It's going to anger probably 75% of the country. I feel like they're going to try to indict him, but I don't believe this. I just don't. I do feel that Trump is very insulated. I feel he's very surrounded with protection. I think it's optics at this point, and I sure hope that it doesn't get that far. But again, they haven't raided a president in over 200 years, and they just broke that precedence basically. So I really just don't know what to think. I keep remaining faithful, and that God has his hand in this, and that God is in control, and that's kind of what keeps my faith daily, is believing in that. And I just pray in the end that justice will prevail. So I don't think he's going to be indicted, and I guess I'm going to say if he is indicted, I don't think it'll go to a jury and he'll be found guilty. I guess that's what I'll say.
Yeah, and just a reminder that there are 2 investigations into Trump. One is his actions as part of a criminal probe of its efforts. So I'm getting some feedback from someone. I'm just going to have to mute you, Cindy.
Yeah, Cindy, could you mute yourself, please?
I muted her. Oh, she unmuted herself, I guess. Okay, thanks. So the first one is stating Trump acted as part of their criminal probe of, into the efforts to overturn the 2020 election. This is coming from the DOJ. And then also there's the National Archives investigation. They asked the Justice Department to examine Trump's handling of White House records. And so the latter is what you're seeing allegedly with regards to the Mar-a-Lago search warrant and the raid. But what you just mentioned, Cindy, with regards to the Republican legislators in Pennsylvania, that happened immediately after the Mar-a-Lago raid. That was Tuesday and Wednesday. That was part of an investigation into the false slate of electors, and I'm doing like air quotes as I say this, again to overturn the state's 2020 election results to keep Trump in office. So that would more be related to the former, which is the J6 stuff. So whether or not they begin to kind of interweave, we'll have to find out, I guess. But what is really, because the FBI, I think it was before, at least one of them, I think it was Perry, was saying that before he, could even see the warrant, they asked for his phone and grabbed his phone. And, of course, the congressman's phone is personal and congressional data. So that is, to me, that's incredibly concerning. And it does make you feel like it's also a bit of a fishing expedition. Like they want to find as much information as they can. Like they're looking for anything. And then this goes to, the point that we were talking about earlier that crypto was really hitting on, is that, an indictment is imminent. It's coming. So again, we'll see if both of these investigations, start to interweave at some point in the future. I imagine they will. I'm sure they're not separate. I think we kind of all know that. But whether or not the government begins to admit that is another story. And that's why I was mentioning earlier in a question, do we think J6 will appear on the search warrant? And I don't know yet, but it'll be interesting to us. So jumping back to the hands, I believe we have J6 Annan next.
Okay, yeah, thank you. First on your question, it wouldn't shock me if they tried to indict Donald Trump, right? It wouldn't really anger me. Just because I don't get angry. I'm 4.5 years sober from addiction, and anger leads back to you. So I don't get angry, right? But I am a January 6th defendant, and I went there peacefully and prayerfully. And let me just say, Donald Trump isn't lying when he says he's just standing in the way of them coming after you, right? We saw them come after him for his whole 4-year presidency, for his entire administration, and for anybody, publicly, celebrity, politician, wise that supported him. And in January 6th, we saw him going after his supporters, right? Average, everyday Americans, most of us there peacefully, patriotically, and prayerfully. And I could talk all day on the injustices the public defender's office has served, and the DOJ, and the violations of habeas corpus, Brady v. Maryland, and I could go on all day on all that. But I like where Ryan touched on, your social media posts and what have you. Now, I'm not scared. I'm going to post what I want to post. Like Bryson Gray said, January 6th was lit. I will not comply. However, that being said, they are compiling. These guys, they go in for their trials, they go in for their sentencing, and you better believe they've got every social media posted. They right there in that courtroom, bringing it up, showing it to a very, very biased jury. This is real. It's real, right? Don't get angry. Don't get scared. Keep your calm. Keep your level head, and let's beat these people legally, right? Because as Cindy said, we're winning. We're winning a lot. We're taking some hits, and it's hard, right? There's going to be some collateral damage, but we're winning. And if I can be looking at federal time for walking through some doors peacefully for my president, we can keep our spirits high as well. And that's just all I wanted to say. Thank you.
Very well said, and much appreciated. Thanks for your opinions. Next up, we've got Shipley. Thanks for joining us tonight.
Well, I've spent the last 2 days writing a trial brief for the Oath Keepers case, so I really haven't paid much attention to the internet or what's going on. Something happened I missed?
Just a little raid that the left wants to redefine as not a raid. Other than that,
all right. Let me give you a couple of details on that. The search warrant authorizes them, once they're inside, they can search everywhere. There's no limitations on where they can go. The only real limitations are on what they can look for. But when you, or actually not necessarily what they can look for, but what they can seize, what they can take with them. But when you write a search warrant attachment, and the attachment is the description, okay, attachment A is the description of items to be seized, attachment B is the description of the place to be searched. So attachment A, the items to be seized, the artful drafter will make that about as broad as you can make it. So, you get down to like, you go into a place where you're expecting to find guns and drugs, and you're asked, and your search warrant calls for, any indicia of ownership or possession of the premises. That's like utility bills, water bill, electricity bill, who controls this location? So yeah, you're looking for guns and drugs, but you're taking out all the paperwork as well. So so the search warrant here, 100% confident, is going to be for every square foot, and it's going to be for all manner of items beyond simply the contraband, assuming that the contraband here would be any documents that the National Archives claims he is not supposed to have retained under the Presidential Records Act or whatever. So now, as to the news description that plainclothes officers. Well, the FBI doesn't have uniforms. They're all going to be plainclothes. They're plainclothes everyday work attire. About being in there as long as they were in there, this is a little bit of a development that happened after I departed the department in 2013. But now they do forensic mapping with computers of every place they search. And every item they seize, they can, with damn near GPS precision, they can, identify where they seized it from. And so that forensic work, after they've gone through and found designated finders, as Crypto knows from his time, after they found all the items, they leave them in place where they're found, and then they go around and map the premises and specify the specific location in which each item was found. And then they do an inventory. There was a time, in the not too distant past, doesn't seem less, where the inventory was just a handwritten list. It's like, and the left hand was number one and ended with whatever the last item was. And it was just a handwritten list. And sometimes that handwritten list wasn't very specific, and it didn't tell you a whole lot about what the item was. Now they do it all by laptop, and they have special computer programs that they use to do all this. The list of items seized is returned to the court, and it's given to the person who controlled the premises. It's not typically filed as a public document, but in a case like this where there's a lot of public interest, it can be, and that's, I guess, what's under consideration now, is to publish or put on the court's website a list of the items that were seized at the location. And so that's all I have to say about that. Any questions?
Yeah, what do you make of the fact that it's not unusual for presidents to retain some records that the National Archive wants, even classified ones?
Well, this is an odd issue because up to no Presidential Records Act, the presidents took their papers with them in the anticipation of creating a presidential library where then all the papers would be preserved for historians' use and the public's inspection. And then the Presidential Records Act, created a situation where they're supposed to leave them all behind so that the National Archives can inventory them, and then at some point in time, classified material is taken out and everything else is sent to the president for use in his presidential library. So there have always been disagreements about what could be taken and what had to be left behind. That's nothing new. And it's a little bit different here in the nature of the acrimony between the two administrations at the time Trump departed and the Biden administration took over. The arguments over what documents he could, either have the only copies of or, maintain copies of, that's gone on forever. And I think, the supposition is, the surmise is that some of these records are sensitive. I've read that, some of these records might have to do with the Trump-Russia investigation and origin documents that, he either did or attempted to declassify so that they could be made public. So, based on the reporting, the 15 boxes in dispute were actually packaged up by JO and shipped to Mar-a-Lago. It's not like, Trump took them out in his luggage. So go ahead.
So Trump could have blanket declassified everything in his boxes on the way out. If this really is about classified info, then that would seem like a moot point.
I think this is like, how many angels can dance on the head of a pin. But, there's a legal argument to be made that when he's president and he walks out of a secured facility, classified information, he in effect declassifies it. I mean, it's solely within his authority to declassify something. So when he takes that material from a classified setting to an unclassified setting, you can make the argument that by his action, he's declassified it. So, he issued a blanket order declassifying a bunch of material, and now there's some dispute over, did Attorney General Barr maintain the classification by giving it to Durham? I don't pretend to, have studied all the ins and outs of that theory or what records were involved, but there's a lot of conflicting legal points that, are going to have to be sorted out. Will he be indicted? You asked that question a couple of times. You know what? I being in my 60s, having been, involved in or watching politics going back to early in the Reagan administration, I continue to believe, and maybe I'm going to be proved wrong here, on sides of the aisle, there are, old sages with cooler heads who realize that, you can take some of this brinksmanship up to a point, but then you really need to pull back because you're really setting a bad precedent. If they were to indict Trump over something like this, that's Banana Republic territory, because it is going to transparently be seen, whether true or not, it's going to transparently be seen by large segments of the population that want the prior administration, under circumstances where it was possible that prior president was going to run against them again, and they were trying to, in effect, kneecap the political opposition in the next administration. I mean, that's Mexico stuff. That's Nicaragua. That's Ukraine. That's how you settle political differences in third world countries. It's not how you settle political differences in the United States. And at some point, I think, the Bill Clintons and the Barack Obamas, for whatever their faults might be, they've been around long enough to pick up the phone and say, you know what? Don't do that. It's a discretionary call. The federal government takes a pass on indicting a lot of cases where there's clear evidence of crime, like Hillary Clinton. You take a pass because the consequences of taking that step are unpredictable. And you don't do it. And I want to believe that at some point, maybe it's Merrick Garland. I mean, Merrick Garland's time in the Justice Department goes back to the Clinton administration. He was a bureaucrat. He came up through the ranks. He started as an assistant U.S. attorney and rose, I think, to the level of being the deputy attorney general, number 2, coming up through the ranks, not as some political appointee. He's old enough and has seen enough over the years, although, parked over there in the Court of Appeals for damn near 2 decades, to understand that, once you let this genie out of the bottle, there's no putting it back.
Real quick, 2 quick comments, and then some house cleaning for the bullpen. One, that's why this nuclear aspect, or whatever that is, from my understanding, and Baby Yoda, you can probably comment on this, is supposedly different, because I had a secret clearance in the military. A lot of people did. But supposedly this nuclear element issue is actually, from what I'm hearing, and I think what Becker's mentioned, is a different type of clearance and or even possibly above top secret. I don't know that, so I'm just going to throw that comment real quickly out if anybody knows. But also, Garland made his bones, from my understanding, with the whole Oklahoma City bombing thing, which was, anyway, I'll just leave that at that. But quick house cleaning, Jules, Baby Yoda, Johnny Dice, could you guys check the bullpen if you haven't? Some pretty good news there.
We'll do just real quickly. Special access program, or code word need to know access, is kind of the highest level. And that was the stuff that Hillary had in her emails and on her server. So even if this nuclear stuff was special access program, it's not different than what Hillary did. And I put it in the nest, but remember, Hillary on national TV talked about her nuclear plan. So that video is in the nest.
Thanks, PY. Ship, quick question before we go on to run through these hands. It's getting a little late. You know, do you think Merrick Garland has a chip on his shoulder from not getting on SCOTUS? One, and because from today, from his press conference, it kind of sounded like it when he said, I personally signed off on it, yada yada yada. And number two, in my opinion, they've, I don't know if the indictment is, but my personal opinion is this search warrant kind of crossed that line. If there was a line in the sand, I would say probably raiding Mar-a-Lago and Trump's home would have been a no-no for me, but he did it anyway. What are your thoughts about going one step too far there?
Well, I think there's two aspects to that. Yeah, yes, I think Merrick Garland has a chip on his shoulder. He, expected to be on the Supreme Court, and he's not, and he never will be. And so there's no price for him to pay. He got off of the D.C. Circuit Court of Appeals, making $185,000, whatever that is. He took the Attorney General's job, making something in the neighborhood of the same. And as soon as he's out of that job, he's going to go make millions in private practice and sit on corporate boards. So, he's going to take that off ramp. And he's not going to be, a Supreme Court justice living in a, modest house out in Bethesda somewhere like, we see Supreme Court justices live, because it's not really a high paying gig and it's for life. So yes, I think he does. I think he carries a grudge. I don't think he carries that grudge personally against Donald Trump. It's just, it's just always there. It's a burr under the saddle. But Donald Trump, I think, and I've written this several times, so this is nothing new. Donald Trump is disliked as much by the establishment of the Republican Party as he is by the Democratic Party. Don't forget that when Donald Trump ran for president, he came down the escalator in June 2015, he's at 1% in the Republican primary. And he proceeded over 9 months to lay waste to a field of 17 GOP candidates, starting with, what's her name? Carly Fiorina, and, ending with Jeb Bush and Ted Cruz. He just decimated the entire GOP establishment and earned their lifelong enmity. That's why I believe you see Liz Cheney where she is. She's the current, embodiment, Dick Cheney's daughter. And so there's no love for him in the GOP establishment. That's why he kind of created, the third party, so to speak, the nationalist populist approach. So, yeah, I don't know that this is personal as to Donald Trump on Merrick Garland's part, but he doesn't have any friends among those that control the levers of government,
right? But
or the minority party,
right? But Chip, what about the step too far? What about, I understand what you're saying about the cooler heads, but Merrick Garland didn't sit down and talk to some other people and say, do we really want to send this search warrant to get signed off to raid Mar-a-Lago, Donald Trump's home, where he is going to run against Biden or someone else? Isn't this probably something we should pump the brakes on and really think about?
I think it's the last stop before you get there, because you can see that other than a few GOP representatives with the base, there hasn't been an uprising among the political establishment about this. There's been an uprising among the constituency. Right. But I think the idea is, well, if he never actually gets indicted, the goal is simply to do so much damage to him as a public figure, between the January 6th committee and this nonstop, circus of investigating him that began during the 2016. I mean, nobody in the history of U.S. politics has been investigated as much as Donald Trump. There is nobody in the history of New York or maybe the United States, who's had their taxes looked at more closely than Donald Trump. They've never hit him with a tax charge, and so far they've never found a good way to charge him with a crime to sideline him. So I don't think they'll do that, because that is, again, that's where that's where the establishment has to say, look, whether we love him or not, he was going to be our guy in 2024, and you've now just basically taken him off the table and left us, in disarray. That's different than simply trying to repeatedly batter and bruise him where he either survives or not on his own.
Yeah, I feel you. I feel what you're saying. I think this was, personally for me, and you spent even more time at DOJ than I did. I think this was a little step too far. But you're right, though. And you know what? That's why there's a difference between being conservative and being in the GOP. Because you look at Mitch McConnell, he gives you two sentences that are bullshit. Liz Cheney is applauding it. You heard a little bit from Marco Rubio. But you really haven't heard, politicians getting out there, but you have seen a lot of uproar from the people. So, you make a good distinction there, Chip.
Can I ask Chip a question real quick?
Good, Johnny. Good.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Chip, you mentioned that you think cooler heads will prevail here, the actual people running the administration, because we all know Biden isn't. So the oligarchy running the administration is going to show a cooler head here and calm down the rhetoric. I totally disagree. And I'm going to go with it this way. You and I are about the same age. Obamacare passed with all Democrats and a Democrat president signing it. The Republicans said they were going to repeal it. They didn't. They thought the courts would do it for them. Now, here we are again, 12 years later, whatever it is, with this Build Back Better bill, doubling of the IRS. I do not believe not one Republican in Congress is going to go on it, and it's going to be signed into law. These guys don't care, especially when they have a puppet like Biden that could take the fall for them. So who's ever in charge, do not care. When's the last Republican bill that got passed strictly on Republican lines? I don't even know if there is one. So my point being is they will indict Trump, and they're probably going to do it at least months and months down the road, where the trial date is going to be close to the election. Mark my words, because he's a threat, and they're going after him, and they don't care.
Well, about what the Republicans can or can't pass, you always have to kind of think in terms of what are they trying to pass and what's the vote threshold.
But when was the last time that just the Republican House and Senate and without a Democratic vote, not one Democratic vote?
Well, some of the things the Republicans actually pushed through, some Democrats decide they actually want to vote for, like tax cuts. Donald Trump cut taxes significantly right at the outset of his administration, and we saw the economy react. I think some Democrats voted for that because they knew they wanted to be on the right side of that vote when the time came. But more importantly than that, you've got 51-49, 52-48 votes for 3 Supreme Court justices. Those are the same thing. Once they got rid of that filibuster on nominees and it didn't take 60 votes anymore, the Republicans shoved through 3 of them on straight party line votes. Well, they even lost a couple of votes on 1 or 2. Republican votes voted against the nominees, Lisa Murkowski, and I can't remember if anybody else. But so in the sense, yeah, they've done it, just not necessarily on legislation, but in terms of repealing something. Remember, it takes 60 votes to repeal something. They got to get Democrats. If they don't have, the Democrats had 60 Democratic votes for 2 years during the Obama administration, and I can't remember the last time any party had 60 votes in the Senate. And you can't repeal something without 60 votes. As long as the rules in the Senate are the way they are, that's the way it's going to be.
Oh, unless, of course, the Republicans reverse this filibuster, which the Democrats want to do now. I mean, that's what I'm saying. If they wanted to do it, they could have done it. They chose not to.
Guys, as much as I'd love to hear you go back and forth all night, I got like 15 hands I got to run through. Otherwise, I'm going to be up here till the morning. So Julia, going to head back to you. We got to run through some hands.
Gotcha. Okay, we're going to go to Julio next. Or I'm sorry, Mr. H next. Julio, you're on deck.
Yeah, I have a question for crypto. I heard this debate earlier today about the Fifth Amendment and how many times it can be invoked. Can Trump continuously invoke the Fifth Amendment, or if he invokes it once, it pretty much that it just stays that way throughout the entire process or proceeding?
Hey, Mr. H. No, he would have to invoke it each time. So my understanding is he went to New York for a tax case with the AG, and I'm sure they asked him a lot of questions. And every question, you know, it's not a blanket. You know, I'm invoking the Fifth to everything you're saying. They would ask him a question, and I'm sure he said I'm invoking my Fifth Amendment, and then but that's what I'm hearing that happened up in New York on the tax case that he was up for. I think yesterday. It could be today. To be quite honest, the days are running together on me. But yeah, so you would invoke it to each question that you're asked.
Thank you.
Yes, sir. Thank you for being here tonight. Back to you, Julia.
All right, we've got Julio and then Erickson report. You'll be on deck. Go ahead, Julio.
Just a quick question. Am I able to basically just make a comment on, or is this just a forum for questions?
You can say. I'm sorry, Julia. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
No, I was just gonna say you can make you can say anything you want. Questions, comments.
Okay.
Yeah, feel free. The floor is yours.
Okay. Thank you very much. Well, with regard to the current events of everything that has been going on as of late, I mean, if anything, we could just honestly say that things are heating up. For people who have a strong faith in God, continue to maintain the faith in God, especially in these times of uncertainty, especially when our government is failing we the people. And not only is our government like the institutions that we once looked up to are being weaponized, and obviously we know that when Obama came into the picture, that's when the weaponization seemed to be abundantly clear. The left right now is becoming unrecognizable, where I see that liberals that I once thought were common sense folks who thought right. I must admit myself, I was once on the left, liberal. But as I got closer to my faith in God, and I began to really understand that these politics, if a person is smart, intelligent, and wise, could be used for something that can benefit the entire nation and other parts of the world. And the comment that I actually wanted to make, I actually follow leftist publications, groups, just to see what they're speaking about. And to be 100% honest, it's despicable. And I actually wanted to let you guys know there's a group, it's a Facebook group. I'm pretty sure you guys are familiar with this group. It's called the Other 98%. And I've looked at an image that they posted or they shared today on their Facebook group that literally has me baffled and has enraged me. It's despicable. It's a picture of Hunter Biden, and the picture states, unlike Eric Trump, Hunter Biden has never had to plead the fifth. And my thing with this is the blindness and just the stupidity that these people have in not knowing all the dirt that is in that laptop, all the things that Hunter Biden has done, and yet still these individuals have what is known as TDS, Trump derangement syndrome. Anything that has to do with Trump, they just go on it like jackals, like hyenas. So my thing is, I want to end on this note, is people that have this sort of ideology, that have this sort of thinking, the best thing we could do for them is to pray for them, to honestly hear them out and be able to speak with them with the open heart. Because I'll confess one more thing, dear friends. I actually am a two-term. I voted for Trump twice, and I did the mistake of speaking on, because I'm Latino. I told my family, like, I'm gonna do this. I was scrutinized. I was hated. I was bashed, but I give thanks to God that God had given me the courage to do this, to actually vote for him, because the Democrats, the left, unrecognizable. And thank you so much, guys, for allowing me to speak. And God bless you guys, and have a wonderful night.
Thank you so much, and the same to you, Julio. All right, next up we've got Erickson Report, and then Australian Talk. You're on deck. Go ahead, Erickson.
Yeah, you guys are talking about the pawns while the king and queen are getting away scot-free, and that would be the globalist New World Order. The people that run the United States and run the world are the multinational corporations, the bankers, the military-industrial complex, the World Economic Forum, the Bilderberg Group, and Bohemian Grove. They run the show. Presidents are nothing more than puppets.
Okay, thank you very much. Australian Talk. You're up, and then Fahmy, you're on deck.
Thank you very much. I really enjoyed the conversation, gaining a lot from the various perspectives being shared. We don't get a perspective as nuanced as these perspectives here in Australia. Our mainstream media runs with Donald Trump as a criminal, must be incarcerated, and everyone who has any ties to MAGA pretty much is persona non grata in your country. So it's refreshing to hear you guys speak so passionately about your country. I have two quick questions, and forgive me if they appear naive. Why didn't Donald Trump's security team and Secret Service deny the FBI entry into Mar-a-Lago? If they did, would it have turned into a Waco 2.0 situation? And my second question is, if Trump had sent the FBI to go and raid Barack Obama's house in DC back in 2017, how would have the mainstream media reported such an unprecedented move? Thank you.
Yeah, great question. So the first one was the people at Mar-a-Lago, whether it's Trump's team or the Secret Service, they're not allowed to deny entry when you have a search warrant. So you have to allow them in, and could it have turned into a Waco? I mean, maybe, but I mean, that really doesn't, short of Waco, which was, if I remember correctly, more of a militia sort of thing, that would not have happened here in Palm Beach County or the town of Palm Beach. So with the search warrant, they were allowed in. And to your second question, I don't think, Trump, there were a lot of things that came out and, we all learned them in time and over time about, Trump saying he was spied upon and, people not believing him. And then it turned out he was, and a lot of stuff coming through. So, could Trump have been petty and possibly open up an investigation? And will he do something like that in 2024 if he runs and wins? Maybe. I mean, if he gets elected in 2024, those are his last 4 years. He's really got nothing to lose. I would hope he would spend more time dealing with issues at home, such as inflation, homelessness, opioid crisis, things like that. But there may be a part of him that may want to look into J6 committee, which may flip here in November. There's a part of him that may want to look into Hunter Biden, Joe Biden, and I think those are all national security concerns. And I would welcome the president to go look in those areas, because they need to be looked at. But I think those would be subordinate to some of the major issues that Biden has created in the past 19 or 20 months here, which is making it difficult on people, such as our gas prices, grocery prices, inflation. Those are things I hope that Trump would tackle first. And, there are definitely some side things, as I said, like J6 and Hunter and Joe that I believe should be looked into as well.
Thank you. I guess a quick follow-up then would be, is Trump justified to seek retribution against these people who have utilized the DOJ for their own benefit to the detriment of their political enemies?
Yeah, I mean, so the moral question, or I'm sorry, the moral answer to that is yes. The problem is that the federal government here in America has qualified immunity. It's very difficult to sue the government, and so morally, yes. Legally, it's almost impossible. It's an uphill battle, and that's why I was mentioning the ship prior. This search warrant to me was to step over the proverbial Barack Obama line in the sand, because if Trump wins in 2024, if he's half as petty as I am, I would spend all my time fixing what Biden did, but then I would spend any waking moment of the rest of my day fucking over the people that ransacked my house when I wasn't home. But that's just me. I don't know what President Trump will do, but he would be well within his rights to look into some areas that are currently going on. So, all right, guys. Going to keep moving the hands. Brick Suit, I think I have a spot for you. There you go, Brick Suit. All right, Julia, you're up. We'll keep going.
Got a long queue here. We've got Fami next, and then Johnny, you're on deck.
Actually, I just want to say thank you, Crypto, Julia, for holding this little courthouse meeting here. I just have a quick statement. Every American should be petrified with what is going on. This is just downright a smear tactic, and if they take down Trump, they're coming after every single one of us. So I don't have much to lose. Come after me. I don't care. I'm going to speak what I've got to say. This is disgusting. Our country is in shambles. I'm 57 years old. I've seen a few presidents come and go. But what they're doing to Trump is outrageous. What they've been doing is outrageous. This has been planned from the day he announced he was going to run. They knew he was going to win. The man's got a backbone, and I love him. We need him back in office. We need him for 8 more years to clean up what has happened just in the past couple of years. So thank you for letting me speak my mind.
Well said, Fami, and great point. If they can go after Trump, they'll go after any one of us. And we already see them going after the First Amendment in a big way. Mentioned at the beginning, and I put it up in the Nest post by John Cardillo. They're definitely going after social media influencers. And we already know that the Biden regime has made strong ties, or has ties with social media companies. So it just gets worse and worse every day, doesn't it? But we'll continue to fight peacefully. Next up is Johnny, and then Prodigal, you're on deck.
You can move on. I'll wait for the closing. Thank you.
Okay, no problem. Go ahead, Prodigal, and then MN, you're on deck.
Yeah, I mean, I tend to agree with other people that this is going to get worse. I don't think the rhetoric's going to die down. I mean, this regime has no credibility. It's staffed at the highest levels with some of the most corrupt members of the Uniparty that have been robbing the country blind and engaging in criminality for decades, right? Comparing apples to oranges. Everybody knows the Clinton emails, what happened there with the Blackberries, the bit bleach, the immunity deals, and no one paid a price. Even though the Obama administration went after everybody, even a guy in a submarine who took a picture, right? I mean, there was no mercy shown. And the real thing about the Clinton emails, to me, in my opinion, was never Benghazi, right? She set up a private server while she was the Secretary of State, right? She had a clear, in my opinion, a pay-to-play scheme with the Clinton Foundation, the global initiatives. And when there was an outcry about donations from foreign countries, she switched to oligarchs. And who do you think was the number one country of oligarchs that donated to those? It was Ukrainians. And where we engage in a proxy war where they're sending more money every day in Ukraine, where Biden's son and a number of other elements of the government were there. I mean, Coffer Black was very high up in the CIA. He sat on the board of Burisma with Hunter Biden, right? The other thing that went on during this time was Haiti aid. There were billions of dollars that disappeared, right? And to me, it's not by chance that after this died down, people forget 2 years ago or about a year ago, Haiti's leader came out and said he kept a list of international elites connected to drug trafficking and arms. He was assassinated with people connected to the Alphabet Boys, right? And then the judge connected to it, and the new leader was making phone calls to some of the people implicated in this assassination, right? Then you have this server with the same foundations where there's connections to Epstein and Maxwell, right? She was running Terra Mar. They scrubbed the internet, but I found some videos. In 2013, she was giving speeches left and right at the UN, at the Clinton Global Initiative, etc., where she proudly proclaimed her ties, you know. And the last thing is, my opinion, another thing we'll never know is, the Republicans issued a Senate report, and a lot of people know that that server was most likely hacked. Any country with an intelligence operation worth its stone hacked it, right? It was basically represented that China, South Korea, and Germany hacked it. Well, Hillary was Secretary of State during this time, and from 2010 to 2012, all our intelligence assets in China were wiped out, murdered. We were crippled. We had no idea what was going on. This is at the same time the private server was being run, right? There's a reason why she lied multiple times. And, look no further to why the Alphabet Boys couldn't take action. They couldn't take action because they were intricately involved in the Russiagate hoax. They're going to incriminate themselves and go after her. She had dirt. They were on dirt on them. If she goes down, they go down, right? So that's why I think people are underestimating the level of criminality that is going on in our government and the level of corruption that is there. Much like the Epstein and Maxwell cases, it was a whitewash. And, to me, the writing was on the wall once Bloomberg's consulting group started saying the 2020 was going to be a red mirage. It was going to be a red mirage. Everybody here is, a little bit older in age. We were around for 2000s, right? It took a month to recount the votes in Florida, right? They didn't stop counting in 5 battleground states and then take 30, 40 days to count the votes to get the result they wanted, right? They couldn't lose because if they lost, Trump had already mirrored what he was going to do. He was naming who he's going to staff at high levels in his new administration. And, CISA went from claiming it's the most secure election ever to admitting in court that the voting machines were hackable and had vulnerabilities only after they were forced to in Georgia, right? They fought tooth and nail for this not to be released. So I think people are clearly underestimating what's at stake for these people. They have millions upon millions, if not billions of dollars. They're powerful. They're beloved by people who are completely brainwashed. And if this ever came to light, best case scenario, jail cell. Worst case scenario, we know what happens with treason. So I think the stakes are much higher. I think that they are not going to back down. And the reality of the matter is Trump's the cleanest person to ever run for president. I mean, he beat the Russiagate hoax. He beat the Mueller witch hunt. He beat the Ukraine impeachment hoax. He beat the New York tax fraud hoax. And now they're coming with this with documents. The truth is they can put whatever they want on the warrant, but do you trust these people with this credibility? We saw what they did to a FISA court. And that DOJ attorney is practicing law while any person connected to any of the election security issues are being actively disbarred or having their records sealed, which is unheard of, to go after an attorney's private phone and everything else. So I think, it might be the Eastern European in me, but this level of corruption, to me, is unheralded in American history. And they are going to do what they're going to do. I don't think it's by chance that, Twitter announced they're going to start patrolling election security claims and banning people again and everything else. So, I mean, this is the same time that the World Economic Forum announces they're going to start using AI to do the same stuff, which was done in the 2020 election, right? DARPA and ex-generals were going out and just basically attacking and going after people who tried to post the truth. So I think these people are criminals, and I think that it's going to get much worse before it gets better, in my opinion.
Yeah, completely lawless, right? But
hey, Prodigal, real quick question for Prodigal. Isn't it pretty well established also within this Clinton Foundation and her time as Secretary of Defense, that whole minutia, that she basically sold uranium rights to Russia and Putin?
Yeah, Fusion One. I mean, people remember Obama speaking to Medvedev saying, "Oh, I'll have more wiggle room after the election." It wasn't Obama who armed Ukraine. It was Trump. They never were given lethal aid. That started under Trump, right? These people are, complete liars. And just to end with Ukraine, I mean, as much money as we sent them, now they're reaching out to China to rebuild them. I mean, Ukraine was part of the Belt and Road Initiative. Their largest trade partner is China. And you look at this regime and the amount of compromising materials that they have just on the president and his family. I mean, what would you do for your son to keep him out of jail, to keep him safe? Why did it take, the DOJ and FBI doing nothing, and even after the IG Horowitz report was issued, nothing being done? It took Durham for only one person, or I think maybe a second person now is charged, to actually go after the corrupt alphabet boys that pushed a very divisive lie that many people still repeat to this day. I mean, these people are lawless, and I'll end with this. I mean, Epstein's lawyer, before he was suicided in jail, said that he was intricately involved, that he helped form the Clinton Foundation. And you look at the Clinton Foundation, the Global Initiative, they are arguably more powerful than most governments when it comes to healthcare. It's basically the Rockefeller, Gates, and the Clinton Foundation, and they push these policies. I mean, these people are, to me, to see how they are celebrated and how a certain population just will ignore them. I mean, they've already worked up half, maybe not half, probably like 20-30% of the population that, regardless of what facts are given to them, they will view you as a racist, as a potential domestic terrorist, as basically an enemy that they want to obliterate from society. And I don't see how this is going to calm down. None of these people are calming down.
No,
Right?
it definitely won't. But you had some great points there, Prodigal. A lot to unpack. That Trump has essentially been under surveillance and investigated for what, like 6 years now? You've got Obama with his presidential documents, Hillary with her private server, Hunter Biden with the laptop from hell. But I think, as Ryan Fournier put it earlier, there's at least 20 people who should have been raided before this Mar-a-Lago raid should have ever happened, if it even needed to happen. But, frankly, at the end of the day, the raid was unprecedented. It was petty, and there doesn't really seem to be any conceivable justification for it. So, I really think that it's important that that we unite behind Trump and not allow it to divide us. But really, really great points there. And thank you. Thanks for speaking. So next up, we've got MN, and then Parson, you're on deck.
I agreed with almost everything that Prodigal had to say. And actually, the reason why I raised my hand was when I joined, there was someone, I don't remember who, but he made a short comment about kind of a synopsis of corruption in the society. And he mentioned Bohemian Grove, which I feel like if anyone doesn't know about it, you should probably look into it. But just going along with what Prodigal was saying, like all of this, discourse about corruption and the elite and, all of the shady shit going on behind closed doors that we don't necessarily know about. Like, I would encourage people to look into that because I thought that was a comment that was looked over that shouldn't have been.
Yeah, and for anyone who's really curious, Mark Dice does some great coverage of that. I think he also writes about it in one of his more recent books. All right, thanks so much. We've got Parson up next, and then Tim, you're on deck.
Well, thank you guys for hosting this room, and thanks for allowing me to get a mic this evening. I really appreciate you all here. Prodigal, man, oh my God, dude, I hope you're still in here. So well said, so much said in such a little time. You're hard to follow. I got to agree with both Prodigal and Shipwreck. I mean, I think it's kind of a coin toss of how far they're going to push this. If they push it farther, I think they're trying to bait a civil war. And maybe they'll get there, maybe they won't. But here's my word to the Republican Party, to the people sitting in Congress right now, and it's really this simple. Somebody's got their mic open. It's echoing back at me. But there we go. And it's really this simple. An elephant never, there's a lot of mics open. An elephant never forgets. And we're a different group than we were 20 years ago, 10 years ago. We are not going to forget the traitors. If there's one thing they should have learned this year, that we are not around the cocaine Mitches. We're not around the rhinos. I've been fighting against rhinos for the last 30 years. And I've been calling for the elimination of not necessarily the DOJ, but many of the agencies that we have. I've literally had the IRS. I had a person in the Cincinnati office back in 2002 who had a discussion with on the internet and turned around and invalidated a tax return from 1998 and tried to stick me with a $36,000 bill. And it took me 8 years to fight. 8 years to fight. So the bureaucracy is our enemy. And the leaders, the bureaucracy is pushing forward who is currently our leaders. And, we've got to fight in the primaries. We've got to fight everywhere. I think we've done a great job here in 2022. But, folks, it's going to get ugly. But the Lord says, fear not, for I am with thee. So let's not fear these people. Let's not be afraid. Let's be firm and strong. And remember, go back and reread the entire Declaration of Independence. There's a little third paragraph in there that we all should be paying attention to. And I'm proud of everybody in this room, and we should all be working together to stay in contact, to follow each other. I think there is going to be a big purge. I think Cryptolawyer is going to be along with me. Booted. I'm a little protected right now because Jack gave me this account back that he personally suspended permanently back in 2018. That's why there's no numbers at the end of my name. This account actually dates back to 2009. But the account that I used to get my old account back, they waited about 2 months and then they stripped me of that account. So that's why I go by Parsons now. And to get back to last thing, and I know you guys want to get to bed. Mini Parkel Parson. You've been weighed in the balance and found wanting. That is our bureaucracy, and that's what Parson means. Found wanting. I'm found wanting, looking for justice, for truth and honesty and integrity, which we just don't see in our government anymore. Thank you very much.
Hey, Julia. Can you go to Ryan, because he just sent me the announcement on what Trump is going to do with the search warrant?
Absolutely.
I just wanted to share some breaking news with you guys. I got alert about it a little bit before it went out, but now it's public. This is a statement from President Trump right now. I'm going to read it to you verbatim. Not only, and I'm quote, not only will I not oppose the release of documents related to the un-American, unwarranted and unnecessary raid and break-in of my home in Palm Beach, Florida, Mar-a-Lago, I'm going a step further by encouraging, all caps, the immediate release of those documents, even though they have not been drawn up by radical left Democrats and possible future opponents who have a strong and powerful vested interest in attacking me, much as they have done for the last 6 years. My poll numbers are the strongest they have ever been. Fundraising by the Republican Party is breaking all records, and midterm elections are fast approaching. This unprecedented political weaponization of law enforcement is inappropriate and highly unethical. The world is watching as our country is being brought to a new low, not only on our border, crime, economy, energy, national security, and so much more, but also with respect to our sacred elections. Release documents now. This is the most powerful statement we have heard from the president since the raid. He is pushing for the release of these documents because he knows that this is all bullshit. You guys have the floor.
Thanks, Ryan. I appreciate it. Julia, back to you.
Yeah, thank you so much, and I completely agree. Complete and absolute bullshit. And I'm really glad that he is posting so much about it and taking such a strong stance on it. All right, let's jump back to the queue. Feel free to comment on anything that you've just heard, everyone, but we're going to ask that you keep it to, a minute or two, whether you have comments or questions, because we do have people that are continuing to request, and it is getting kind of late on the East Coast. It's almost midnight now. So we've got Tim, then Brick Suit is up. Go ahead, Tim.
Thanks, Julia. Also, thanks, guys, for hosting this. And I have a quick question for Shipwreck. Does the fact that Bruce Reinhardt being a magistrate judge and being involved with Jeffrey Epstein caused legal issues with the warrant? And then, like, a follow-up question, are the so-called attacks on Bruce Reinhart that have been reported a false flag operation?
Well, I don't think the Epstein issue touches on the search warrant issued in this investigation. But as far as, Reinhart and his history and how he comes to prominence here, I'd throw it back to Crypto because he worked with him. He knows him. He knows how, the oddities surrounding his, appointment as a magistrate.
It's weird. Yeah. So let me just toss my headphones on, guys, because we have so many hands, and we appreciate you guys, but it's getting late on the East Coast and in the morning. But yeah, very, very interesting. Bruce, I worked with him in Miami at the DOJ. He was part of the Epstein plea. I can't even talk tonight, guys. It's been so late. Part of the Epstein plea where Epstein got only 13 months in the sweetheart deal, where he should have gotten 13,000 years for what we knew back then, and then what we continued to learn on afterwards. And then once we were done with Epstein, and Acosta, the actual U.S. attorney who never gets involved in plea deals, got involved in plea deals. And then Bruce went on to, we were prosecuting Epstein's, his enterprise, his associates. I remember his pilots, his scheduler, just people in his enterprise. And Bruce was a part of that. And then Bruce left, somewhat like in the middle of just all this. And Bruce left and no one knew. And then he just opened up a criminal defense practice up in West Palm Beach, and flipped sides. And, was very weird. And, really, really wasn't allowed to do that because of what he learned from the government side of the prosecution of the DOJ cases. And then, him and his wife got appointed to the bench in the same week in 2018. I don't know. And again, Bruce is a quiet individual, very quiet, doesn't talk a lot, doesn't socialize. Very, very interesting that, as I think Baby Yoda said before, he was one of 64 applicants to put in for the federal magistrate job. And that job, like with all other jobs, when you're going to be appointed either by judges when you're a magistrate, or if you're going to be appointed to a court, at least in Florida with the governor, which at the time was Rick Scott, or DeSantis, it's really not what you know, how good of an attorney you were. It's really who you know, who you hung out with. And it's just interesting because Bruce was never around. Bruce was quiet. He was to himself, and we never really saw him outside of work. So, I was a little shocked that he had the sort of connections he did to become a federal magistrate, because Ship will tell you, once you become an Article III judge or you become a federal magistrate, you've essentially locked in the job. They become essentially legal gods. You have not a magistrate, but Article III judges have a job for life. Getting on the federal bench is really what every young lawyer aspires to do. Obviously you have to go to Harvard, Yale, or something like that, or have major connections or know people, to get on SCOTUS and things like that. But even, I've had friends that clerked on the DC Court of Appeals. I have friends now who are judges, federal and statewide. And really, to get those jobs, especially federally, is very difficult. And I think Trump did a great job during his tenure to pack the 11th Circuit, which is down here in Atlanta, Georgia, where all of our cases go to in the Southern District. He did a great job, packing as many he could as in the Southern District of Florida, all throughout Florida. Rick Scott did a great job doing that in Florida. Governor DeSantis continues to do that well here in Florida. So to me, when you're a president, you got a lot of things going on, governor as well. But I think one of the mainstays for both of them is the judicial bench, especially federally, because they're going to outlast you as presidents. So whoever you can get on the courts, Trump by himself made the 11th Circuit conservative, and he's now made the Southern District, conservative.
but we are a very large district in the Southern District. I think we're the 5th or 6th largest in the country. So we have a lot of judges running from Miami to Fort Pierce. If you guys don't know that, that's a large area, lots of crime. We have lots of judges, lots of magistrates. We're not talking about the southeastern district of Idaho here or something. We are massive. So lots of judges, lots of crimes, lots of DOJ. And I hope that Trump comes back, or even DeSantis, if that is, and they continue to do their job. But just last thing I'll comment on is, while I talk here and do a lot of things here, I do some speaking engagements here and there in the Southern District when I'm asked to do so, only because I'm board certified as a criminal law expert in certain areas. But outside of that, I don't play the whole, partisan, kissing ass games, which I know that Chip knows about just from being in DOJ alone, right? There's there's a FaceTime game. It's who your buddies, things like that. So it's like everything else that we all work for, whether you're working in, metal, coal, the legal industry. A lot of it sometimes is who not what and how good you are. But very shocked to see that Bruce got that position, just because I did not think he had the political power at all to get that.
Let me comment on that just briefly.
Yeah.
The idea that he was one of 64 candidates who applied for that magistrate spot, and like you said, there's a lot of magistrates in the Southern District. Those spots tend to come open with some frequency, and by that I mean one a year or one every other year, and that's common. That's frequent. Those always go. AUSAs are oftentimes favored because they know they know how the court works. They know how the process works, and they save AUSAs who know their way around the system, save the district judges a lot of time. So, and you described him earlier as kind of a guy who knew all the rules, could quote them front and back.
Yes.
He could dispose of a lot of matters, very efficiently in a manner that, keeps those problems from crossing district judges' desks. Right. He might have, 64 people apply. There might have been 5 who were really being seriously considered. Right. And he was obviously one of those 5. Something that I noticed when I looked a little bit at the Southern District of Florida, though, the presiding judge right now is a GW Bush appointee, the female Cuban. I'm pretty confident that in that bench, the power there is with the Jeb Bush people. And they're no friends of Donald Trump's. Bruce's, politics were probably clearly known, and magistrates don't get hired based on politics. It's just the job is, the job is really too important to district judges to get hung up on politics. But there's good candidates that are conservatives. There are good candidates that are liberals when you just want them to understand the mechanics of what they're expected to do. A district I was in California had 3 federal prisons. The amount of prisoner litigation that went through the magistrates, people suing over, not being able to get a copy of Playboy, and crap like that goes on, that the magistrates dispose of. It's kind of, it's not very well known. So they're leaned on heavily. It's not a political patronage job, but the reason I've got 7 former colleagues who are all magistrates right now. The reason AUSAs take them, you can take 2 8-year terms, 16 years into your added to your retirement calculation, and the retirement numbers in the judicial branch are better than the retirement numbers in the executive branch. So you're really playing for a higher retirement benefit when you get out, and that's why I all of my friends that took those jobs intended to stay 2 terms, 16 years.
Yeah,
I also wanted to add something on, and I'm sorry for interrupting.
Okay.
I wanted to add something onto it as well. I know career officials who've worked in the DOJ, who've worked in the DOD for years, right? And one of the sad thing about it, this is a funny story I wanted to add on to this. I know career officials who work in the DOD. I'm not going to say names. These are people tacitly know who signed cars from the DOD. They're contractors, they're employees, they've been given cars. They are, and this is laughable. they are literally using their cars on Uber and Lyft to go around the District of Columbia and Virginia to Uber people for extra cash because they have nothing else to do in their free time. There are people within these agencies using their official vehicles to Uber people around the city. And this is no lie. This is no lie. I actually rode in a car one time. Not a friend of mine, some random guy. He's a DOD contractor. He said he was involved with educating, individuals in the DOD. And he's talking to me and he's like, yeah, they gave me this car. There's no restrictions and they're Ubering people around. They have a lot of control. I'm trying not to laugh while I say this. They have a lot of control of their individual lives. And it seems like these agencies do not care about it at all.
Yeah. Just going back to SHIP real quick and then we'll move on.
I'd like to ask Ship a question if I can again with that topic with Reinhardt.
Yeah, just give me 1 second. So, the amount of Trump's impact on the Southern District SHIP. Hold on, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Trump in his 4 years put 7 new judges in the Southern District. Most of those were elevated to the spots. And then when you look at the chief judge, while it's Altanega, who's down in Miami, if you look at the middle of the list, Donald Middlebrooks and William Demetrialis, that's really where the power lies. They've been on there for 30, 35 years or so. But yeah, and you're absolutely right about, if people don't know the differences real quick, district judges will handle the trials. They will also designate some of the trials to the magistrates sometimes, but really, the discovery, the motion practice, all of that stuff is mostly held in front of the magistrates. They handle the bulk of the heavy lifting, and then at some point later on, when you go to trial, you'll see the judge, or you can or when I say you guys, the parties can agree that you're going to go ahead and waive that. We held one of the judges, the case I had, held our feet to a fire. We were never going to be ready for it in time, but the judge put in his or her order. And by the way, both parties can agree to have this trial be held in front of the federal magistrate, which we both agreed upon, and that magistrate pushed out our pretrial deadlines. So, district judges sometimes have a lot of free time on their hands. Go ahead, Johnny.
Well, thank you so much. Before I get to the question real quick, to the question, I guess it was Ryan that mentioned it before about people, Ubering in their company cars. In the state of New Jersey, Parkway employees, depending on their position, get cars. And I know a guy that had a company car through the Parkway, and that was his job. And this is not a lie. This probably goes back about 20 years ago. He got a letter in the mail from the Parkway saying, if you have a company car, please tell us the registration and the VIN number, because they have so many cars, they can't even keep track of them. And then with the cars come the gas cards. It's all a big ripoff. So he was right on what he said, what he was talking about before. Going back to my question with the judge, Reinhardt, I believe, right? Reinhardt was his name?
Yeah.
All right, here's my question. So he's working for the DOJ, and he's working towards, or he's investigating the Epstein issue, right? Whatever that case may be. I don't know how he's involved or what he's doing. But my question is, so then he leaves the DOJ and then he goes to work for Epstein, right? Can't the DOJ turn around and send some letter to the court or do something to sit there and say, he's already got our evidence, right? It's almost like during the middle of the OJ trial, right? Whatever that guy was, right? Christopher Doran, right? The black guy. Let's say all of a sudden he says, you know what? I'm going to go check for OJ now after he's got all the evidence. How is that even permissible? How does that happen? Explain it to me. Like I'm a 5-year-old.
Yeah, well, I raised this issue with crypto in a tweet earlier today when he first revealed that fact, And I said to him, look, when I left DOJ in 2013 and went into private practice and did federal criminal defense work for a year, I had to file a declaration in every new criminal case I took in federal court declaring that I didn't have any participation in the investigation when I was an AUSA. For a year, I had to do that in every case.
Right.
So I was baffled by the idea that this guy could, walk out of the U.S. Attorney's Office in the Southern District, on a Friday, and on Monday have a private practice, criminal defense firm representing people that he had the week before been part of investigating.
Right.
I couldn't do that. I had to swear to the courts that I didn't know anything about the cases I was defending.
Right, and this was a long process too, because Epstein got his plea deal at, I think, around 2004, 2005, and it wasn't until I think 2008, when we were still doing the Epstein criminal enterprise, is when he went into his private practice. So it was 4 years later of the actual Epstein plea, but we were still talking about Epstein's enterprise. He does that for 10 years, and then he gets on the federal bench. Interestingly enough, I'm talking to Julia, and we're going to go to the hands.
Hold on. How am I supposed to trust Garland and what he said today? How am I supposed to trust it?
Who the hell's telling you to trust it?
That's me. But how many people out there aren't or are? That's my point, dude. I mean, it is so crooked.
That sounds like a them problem, not a me problem.
It's an our problem. You know why? Because we're fucking paying their salary.
Right, but we know, Johnny, out of all the Twitter arguments that we've had with people, and Michael knows, we all know, when's the last time anyone changed anyone's mind on Twitter? It fucking doesn't happen. So, just to argue with some liberal about, I'm sure there are people out there today that are celebrating Garland and saying how great he is. Anyway, real quick, just to point this out, I thought this is interesting, and then we'll move on. Yesterday, Marissa Hanson was asking me about Bruce Reinhart. I sent her the link. It's just go to the Southern District of Florida judges, type it on Google. If you go there now, his link is gone. So his name is there, but you can't click on him, meaning you can't get his background, you can't get his chamber numbers, you can't get his address. Every other magistrate on the website is live and active. He was live and active yesterday. Today they've taken down the link on Judge Bruce E. Reinhart. You can't click on him now.
Hey, Crypto, hold on, guys, real quick. I was gonna say this, Crypto. This Reinhart two things, real quick. There is a YouTube video that you can access. It's actually from Newsmax of an interview with him, either before or during the Epstein trial. That's on there. But however, just because of what Crypto just said, there's also two other videos on YouTube. I don't know who the gentleman is. Just put in Bruce Reinhart interview. And one of those videos is exactly what Crypto's talking about. And he visually shows you that issue.
Michael, just so I can clarify with you, what's the issue that we're talking about?
Well, the issue that you just brought up of going to the district site, clicking on his name, not being able to access it.
Gotcha.
That's on there visually. They show you how it's done. But then there's also the Newsmax interview from a long time ago of him, which gives you a little bit about Crypto into his personality. And it's just interesting to see that, and then his involvement with the Epstein thing.
Gotcha. Yeah, what I'm going to do right now, just for you guys, if you want to see it, I'm just going to put a tweet up, and I'll have the link right there, and I'll just say that the link to MG Reinhart has been taken down, but it was definitely active yesterday because Melissa, God, I'm losing my mind tonight. Anyway, Melissa asked me. Marissa, thank you. I'm saying Melissa. Hanson. I'm like, why is it not coming out? Marissa Hanson
you had it right earlier.
asked me about Reinhart, and I was like, yeah. And then I just went on my phone. I typed in Google. I did Southern District of Florida. Reinhart came right to it. Boom, there it was. You had his chambers numbers. You had his chambers location. You had his phone number. You had all that. Today, his link is active. So, I can only guess that maybe he was getting mail. People were calling chambers. I don't know. I don't know, but it was active yesterday. So I'll put the link up if you guys want to peruse it. All right. So Damien and Bricksuit have been super patient. So we're going to hit those hands. That's okay, Julia?
Yep. Bricksuit was next, followed by Damien.
Hey, everybody. How you doing tonight?
Great.
Hey Bricksuit. Good to see our guest for tomorrow night's podcast.
Is that next guest?
Yeah, doing a little homework. One thing I don't want to talk about tomorrow night is this Reinhardt guy. I think we're in the weeds with him. I think we're blessed that you have a lot of information about him, Crypto, having worked in the same area, and so naturally some conversation can gravitate towards him. But I also think that for the vast majority, the huge swaths of the American public, now that Garland has really said that he signed off on this, yeah, there's a substantial number of people who really couldn't even name the Attorney General of the United States is Merrick Garland. I mean, there's people who just don't know that, and there's people who, beyond that, don't know that he was not a seat on the Supreme Court by basically McConnell in the last year of Obama's administration. So, when we get down to the level of a magistrate judge in Florida, and we're looking at that and what his social posts were, and what, to me, that's kind of immaterial, because this, if it really was signed off by Garland, was going to go forward anyways. I'm not looking for any type of conspiracy from this Judge Reinhardt. I'm not looking for anything like that. Maybe he gave it a little bit less scrutiny than somebody else would have, but this was going to go forward anyways. So it's out in the open. The warrant's going to be released. I'm reading by the headline here that Trump is not going to oppose it. It's going to be an also-ran event as to what's going on with this judge. And I think that we're going to be more, the story going forward is going to be what's in there. What were they looking for? And from that, can we tease who gave out the information? Like who would know about these type of things that was in the search warrant? Who in Trump's circle would have access to that if it is in fact an inside informant? So, I think as we go into Friday, when this is going to be ostensibly released, and into the weekend, Judge Reinhardt is going to be fading from view. I think it's interesting what he did. I mean, the switch to defend Epstein, and yet there is an undercurrent there. It's like they're going to Trump's house, but they're not going to anybody else's house who was a client of Ghislaine Maxwell and Jeffrey Epstein. They're not going to their houses and searching their safes that we know about, because we're just, the American public is not hearing about that. So it's going to be interesting to see what's on the search warrant, what Garland and company feel is the issue, what Trump's explanation or story is about that, and how that resonates with the public. The Democrats have played their hand in this. I mean, they're essentially all in this, as even opponents in the Republican Party of Trump have pointed out. If this doesn't go through, it makes Trump into a martyr. And the Democrats, they have to make it stick. They must feel like they've got the goods, or I don't think they would be doing this. And we're going to see how it plays out. And even if they get their wish, this is the really odd thing. There are things that I could see going forward that even if they got their wish and whatever it was happened to take Trump off the ballot somehow, I still don't think that's a victory for them, because Trump will be able to put his support behind somebody else, and there's no guarantee that that other person won't be able to basically ride the sentiment for Trump into victory. And as we're going to find out a lot in the next few days. I personally don't think that there's going to be anything ground shaking that is going to take Trump out of contention. I think it's, they're looking for red herrings, and they're going to find basically a safe load of nothing. It's Al Capone's vaults all over again without Geraldo Rivera.
Hey, let me make a quick prediction about what we're going to see when these documents are unsealed. We're going to see massive amounts of redactions. There are going to be redactions of the items to be searched for, and there's going to be redactions of the items that were seized, and it's going to be on the basis that they're, classified information.
So
Yeah.
what's the point of it? So then it's
Yeah.
basically just some sort of stupid pony show to even release them if it's going to be fully redacted. I mean, it's going to be like FISA guessing game all over again.
Yeah.
Shocking, isn't it?
Yeah.
A dog and pony show.
Yeah, Ship, I thought about that. The only reason why I don't know if they're going to redact as far as they wanted to, because they're getting their ass kicked so bad in the court of public opinion that, if they go ahead and redact, they look even dumber. So, I do agree with you, but I don't know. I don't know how far they're going to redact.
Well, I can tell you, if they release a redacted warrant tomorrow, within 15 minutes, there will be a Mad Libs version up on Twitter where everybody will just be able to put in what you think it is, and it's going to be stuff like it's going to be like Air Force One jelly beans and deck of cards and complimentary cufflinks and napkins or plastic flatware embossed with the logo of the president. It's going to be, I mean, it's the American. If it's not major, the American public, which is already pissed, and when I say the public, it is not just the supporters of President Trump who are upset about this. There are plenty of people who are even Democrats, not the leftists. So I'm not going to confuse the leftists as being upset by these transgressions against the legal system, but there are plenty of Democrats and independents who will feel that the AG Garland has overplayed and the DOJ have overplayed their hand if there is not sufficient really actionable items on this warrant. And that's what, I mean, there's got to be something there. If there's no there, it's just going to be like, what are you talking? It's going to be like Saturday Night Live might actually do something funny and lampoon Garland for coming up with a list that is basically, overdue library books, non-rewound VHS tapes, taking the tag off of a mattress, and various century crimes.
Frick, that's so funny. So, interestingly enough, someone sent me an archived Twitter detectives at it again. So I put up a link to the Southern District of Florida where they took away the link to Bruce Reinhardt, but someone found the archived version of it and they put it up. So much for that move for the Southern District. Brick, we're going to go to, I'm sorry, Damien, we're going to come to you next. But Brick, before we do that, anything else you want to say? Because we're going to go to Damien and then BY and Johnny and then Michael and Julia.
No, I'm good. That's all I want. I just wanted to drop in. I got off work a little bit late tonight, so I thought I would stop by, and I'll be seeing you guys all tomorrow.
Yeah, we'll see you tomorrow, and I will either text you or DM you. We'll definitely talk about Carrie Lake tomorrow.
Okay, excellent.
All right, brother. Have a great night. Whether you hang around or not, Damien, you're up, sir. Go ahead. The floor's yours.
Thanks so much. Just a couple of quick things. I did 11 years on active duty. And then I work in Silicon Valley, and it's a completely weird place. But a couple things. Number one, just a couple of recommends. I saw Scott Pressler on here. That dude's awesome. Everyone should follow him and join his cleanup crews because he's the best. And he's a real activist. That's a guy who could help win elections and change the state of things. So I'm a big fan of his. I've actually met him a couple times. Second thing, and again, I don't want to disparage folks, but the dirt that the FBI has been doing is not something new. And if you go back, and I hate to say this, but the DOJ and the FBI just published those documents about, hey, if you mention Ruby Ridge or Waco or any of that stuff, then you're maybe a domestic you-know-what. And that's crazy. But here's the weird thing about that. You go back in time, they were always kind of doing dirt. And I think what happened was in 2000, that's when things got way politicized. But think about it. All those people died and no one lost their job. I don't think anyone was even reprimanded. And then if you go back and look at cases like, the Silk Road thing, that was a debacle. The Governor Whitmer thing, that's another disaster. Here's one everyone should watch. There's one called Aaron Schwartz, the kid who invented Reddit. Go look up that story. There's a free video documentary. I think it's a little overweight, but that kid, the DOJ and the FBI just charged him up so bad. He was 24. He took his own life. I mean, it was tragic. And I I used to be a hardcore conservative guy or, GOP guy. And then what flipped me was when they went after Snowden. I followed all of Glenn Greenwald's reporting, and then I went and read all those documents. And they've been spying on us forever, and they were lying about it. And I just find that so egregious. And last little thing I'll just mention. I live down in MAGA country in Florida. And the people you run into, the people who work in the swamp, they're just regular folks, like Clinton Democrats, right? 5 years ago, I was out with a couple of them, and they were the words out of the guy's mouth. Well, we don't like Trump. He's literally a white supremacist. So all the shit that the media served up to all those kind of middle road boomer Gen Xer Democrats, they bought hook, line, and sinker. So I don't know really what to do with it, but those are just some of my comments. And then one more other documentary you got to watch on the NSA stuff. Post 9/11, go watch the Bill Benny documentary called A Good American. It will blow your mind, and it will tell you how corrupt Michael, the CIA NSA guy, Michael Hayden, that jokester, how bad he is. So thanks so much. You guys have a great evening.
Thanks, Damien. You too. All right. Before we go to you, Johnny, we're going to go to BY first, and then I'll come over to you, Johnny. BY, the floor is yours, buddy.
Okay. There once was a moron named Merrick, but hurt he didn't get supremed under Barack. He issued a Hail Mary search warrant that all patriotic Americans find abhorrent. The blowback will be quite stratospheric.
Bravo, sir. Bravo, as usual. Johnny, the floor is yours, and then I'm going to head up to Michael and Julia. Go ahead, buddy.
All right, thanks so much. First of all, when it comes to access to the records and who the leaker is, it's not going to be a Secret Service agent. It's not going to be his son Brandon who sat there and said, "Hey, Dad, can I go look at the records? I got a book report about, I don't know, Afghanistan. Can I go back in there and look and see what?" It's going to be somebody from the archives themselves that were involved in this whole when it was what everybody said. There was a mutual thing going on between Trump and the archives, and everything was going well, and he gave back 15 boxes or whatever. It's going to be one of the inside people. It's not going to be something, because you can't get, like, the people have talked about it. I think Michael talked about it. Another guy talked about it. You can't go into these places, these secure places, and just, you ravage through at 2 o'clock in the morning like some, Secret Service agent is going to sit there and say, "Oh, I'm going to go stoop." So my point being is, whoever that person is from the archives, a government employee, shocker, long-time government employee, shocker, turns around and sits there, and the FBI tells them, "This is what we're looking for. We're looking for X, Y, or Z, and if you come across anything, and maybe these dates, let us know." And whatever happened, and that's what triggered this thing. Now, whether it was right, whether it was wrong, whether maybe it was she goofed on the dates, or he goofed on the information, it doesn't matter. But that's where the leak is going to come. Somebody from the archives themselves. Now, Trump should have known better when they were going around sitting there saying, "Oh, you got to throw a lock on here. You got to do this. Can you give us back 15 boxes?" I mean, it doesn't take long to sit there and say, well, out of the last presidents, the last 10 presidents, how many times did the archives ask for boxes back? Oh, never. Maybe Trump at that point should have turned around and sit there and said, "You know what? Take them all. Take them all. I don't want them." If he had edited his game, because he's going to get targeted. We all know this. He's getting targeted. Why didn't he know he was going to get targeted? I don't want to speculate, but once again, if I was in Trump's shoes, I would have been like, you know what I want? I want these few things. I want Russiagate, I want Hillary's dirt, and maybe I want Biden's dirt. And I would have copied it and put it in a fucking a locker in Grand Central Station, right? Like having the movies. Turn the key and you put it in a lockbox somewhere. And other than that, you give everything back. If Trump was smart, that's what probably would have happened. But he's not that smart. The last thing I gotta say is, hold on here. I just got one last note. Once again, I just have to say, I probably said it before. This IRS thing is killing me. I hate being tracked. If anybody's been in this space and they heard me from when I had about 60 followers, I refused to get an Easy Pass in my state because I didn't want to be tracked. I didn't want the government knowing where I was going, who I was going to, and I didn't want my wife knowing where I was going and where I was. If I was supposed to be at work and then she sees an 11 o'clock, dinger down at the Atlantic City Expressway, that she knows I'm going. I didn't want that on a Tuesday. So my point being is I hid that. There's certain things you hide from people. This IRS thing is so intrusive, and it's only a matter of time before the banks give in, and every $600 cash transaction you have to account for. Right now, starting September, my son will go to college. And he turns around and sits there and says, Dad, I need some money. And I'm going to say, you know what? I want to send you $600. I PayPal it to him, or I use Apple Pay, or I use Vermo. If you don't know this, my son is going to get a 1099 from Vermo from that transaction. That is the government putting themselves in my life, and I don't like it. And the liberals turn around and they sit there and say, well, what do you got to worry about? You don't have to declare it. He doesn't have to declare it. You know what? It's right. But the government still fucking knows about it. Get him out of my life. Why does the government need to be in my life with any time I spend a dime or a dollar, or I go on the parkway, or whatever I want to do that nobody wants to know about? The infringements on our freedom are dying every freaking day, and people do not see it, and it's right in front of their eyes. And I will leave it there. Let me ramble on.
Sure, no problem, Johnny. I would just say next time just send some Bitcoin, but we know how you are with that. So, all right, we're going to head to Michael and then Julia. Michael, the floor is yours.
Yeah, thanks, guys. I just want to say thank you to everybody that
Actually,
showed up and
hold
stuff.
on, Crypto.
Oh my God!
Jesus fucking Christ, Johnny!
Hold on.
God.
Mute him. Mute him. You want to take over as host and do the next hour on your own?
No. But Crypto will admit I did send him some money one time.
He did.
Right? Now,
yes.
Now, if the government lowered their expectation from $600, they may be sending you a 1099 for that.
Yes. That is why I only accept Bitcoin. You're too funny, Johnny. All right, Michael, the floor's yours. Johnny, don't you fucking dare interrupt him. Michael, go ahead.
You're killing me, Johnny. Oh, you're killing me, buddy. I love you. I just want to thank everybody that showed up.
I closed. I thought I was the closer.
My God. Okay, so I just want to thank everyone that showed up and all the different opinions and sharing your thoughts on this situation. I'll say it quickly that, I responded to somebody's message while we were on about Trump being indicted or not. And basically the point I made was we'll see what happens, obviously. But to me, this is all 80% something around the November elections. And no matter what happens with Trump, what they're doing is they're basically going to label anyone that supports Trump, and that includes the current candidates. They're coming up in November and stuff, but anyone, and they're just going to be able to label them as supporters of Trump, who is either indicted or not, and hiding secrets and all that kind of stuff. So to me, again, it's the narrative is more important than the actual crime or the facts. I will also end with a little fifth dimension stuff, Crypto, but I also find it just completely concerning. But I will also say, this is just me, a little suspicious of this whole thing that took place in Cincinnati with this Ricky Swiffer or whatever. And I'd like to know a little bit more about his background of, a day after this raid and some guy attacks the FBI and is killed. So to me, that's just either an unbelievable coincidence or I'll leave it at that.
Yeah. The other thing, real quick, which probably isn't making its way up to you guys, but it happens here and there. But we have a train called the Bright Line down here in South Florida, and it runs from West Palm to Miami, and it's a pretty high speed train. But anyway, it gets you down to Miami from West Palm, which usually takes forever to drive, like 2 hours to drive. It's insane with the traffic down here. It'll get you down there in like 48 minutes, and they've had 3 people in a row this week. 3 people in a row have been run over by the Bright Line train in West Palm, and it's taking time to identify the bodies. But it's just interesting that people are getting tossed in front of trains right now at the West Palm Beach location, which is not far from where Mar-a-Lago is. So again, little 5D tossing out there, but too many people stepping in front of trains these days. But they're also taking Bright Line from to Orlando, then Orlando to Tampa. It's being done by that guy with Virgin Atlantic. I forget his name, and at this point, I don't give a fuck what it is. Oh, look at that! It's 12:34. 1, 2, 3, 4. Interesting. All right, Julia, the floor is yours.
Oh, cool. Okay, so big thanks to everyone who turned out and made tonight's space another great one. Especially some guests who popped in, Ryan Fournier, Shipley, Bricksuit, who we'll have on our pod tomorrow night. Everyone who came up and spoke. We had a lot of opinions tonight. And then, of course, all the listeners. Definitely always appreciate when Scott Pressler is able to drop by and hang in here for a while. Just to do some news stories. Michael Dean just brought up the first one I was going to mention, the armed suspect who was shot and killed by law enforcement after an attempted breach of a Cincinnati FBI building. That led to a standoff. This was in rural Clinton County, Ohio. This was according to Ohio State Highway Patrol. At 9 a.m., they said a man carrying an AR-15 style rifle tried to get past security at the FBI complex. He made it into the visitor screening facility, according to NBC News, and then he fired what was described as a nail gun at staff before fleeing in a vehicle, heading north on the highway toward Columbus. The alarm had gone off, and FBI special agents responded once he fired that nail gun at law enforcement personnel. What was interesting was it sounded like he held up the AR-15 style rifle before he fled. Then on the Twitter front, Twitter declared it will protect, and that's in quotations, protect is their wording, the midterm election, a range of policies designed to suppress what it considers, again, in quotations, misinformation to deliver Twitter-curated news to users. Now, everybody should recall that the 2020 election was the first American election in which big tech companies, including Twitter, Facebook and Google, had election integrity policies. And then Breitbart pointed out in their article about this that one of the most consequential stories of that cycle, the New York Post reporting on Hunter Biden, a laptop from hell, which involved information about his corrupt business dealings, that was suppressed just weeks before the election. Twitter being one of those companies that suppressed it, and that was, of course, in the name of fighting misinformation. So I guess the idea here is that we should be aware that big tech companies look like they're going to try to do everything they can to prevent what we expect to be a pretty big red wave in the November elections. Now, this next story should come as no surprise. A majority of Americans are worried that President Joe Biden, that's from the story, is suffering from cognitive decline, a new INI/TIPP poll found. So now the poll states, quote, even before he became president, the now 79-year-old Joe Biden faced serious and persistent questions about his mental health. Among average Americans, those questions have become a major issue. So out of 1,335 adults polled between August 2nd and 4th, 59% are concerned about his mental health. 36% of those report being very concerned about his mental health. What's interesting is his own party is less likely to express concern about his mental health, only 39%, compared to Republicans. 82% of Republicans have concerns about it, and then independents, 56% are concerned about Biden's mental health. But that 39% of Democrats, while not a majority, is still significantly high, according to the report. So just to end on the topic of the space, I really love that Trump is flipping the script. He's not backing down. That's what we really need right now in the face of a tyrannical government that's drunk on power and weaponized to persecute a certain political party. He literally says, and he said this in a statement like about an hour ago, the release of documents related to the un-American, unwarranted, and unnecessary raid and break-in of my home. I'm going to a step further by encouraging the immediate release of those documents. And that's all documents, not just the warrant. So I think we need to stick together, keep up the pressure. And from what I've seen, this has really worked to unify us, not divide us. And that's fantastic. But thanks for hanging in there. Really appreciate everyone who comes into our spaces. And I hope you have a great night. Crypto?
Yeah, thanks, Julia. Guys, everyone, thank you so much.
Hey, Crypto, real quick.
Don't
I'm so
even
sorry.
fucking try it, buddy. You are muted. Not a chance. We're done. Guys, if you don't follow us, especially with the new Twitter stuff going out, not only stuff that we cover on the conservative side with Trump, but also with this political stuff coming with Twitter's new policy, please do, if you haven't, there's still a lot of people in the room, please do go to my page and subscribe to our newsletter. That's how we get our podcast out, which one tomorrow night with Brick Suit. So it'll take you all of 5 seconds. You just click on my face if you're on your phone, and you click on it if you're on the computer, and then right underneath my bio, you'll see subscribe. There's a big letter there, or there's a big word there that says subscribe. Because as you know, with Elon, I think we got a little more comfort. And then, now with Twitter's new policy, plus us covering Trump, plus midterms coming up, you never know when we'll be off this platform. All right, Johnny, I'm literally going to wrap up. I'm going to unmute. What could you possibly have to say?
Well, I was going to say that I went up about 45 followers tonight.
Great.
First time in the space in a long, long time. And it must be Michael Dean being co-host. Even though he had 20,000, it didn't matter. I think it's Michael Dean. That's it.
I agree. Michael Dean is amazing. So is Julia. Amazing. And so is little tiny Mark. I only say that because Mark's going to tune in at the very end to listen to that. So, all right, guys, everyone have a great night. Be happy, be blessed. We have Brick Suit on tomorrow night. So please, again, subscribe to our newsletter. That's how we communicate with you directly. It only comes out when the podcast is done. And Brick Suit's on tomorrow night. We're going to talk about Carizona, and we're going to talk about a lot of good stuff. So we're going to have fun. Brick Suit's a great guy. So everyone have a great night. Talk to you guys soon. See you all on the podcast. Work the entire week to get to Friday, to be happy about it, to turn around and do it again. Who the fuck designed this system? 5-2 is not the way to go. I mean, while we're going to revamp everything else in the world, I think we should really change that. I don't think 5-2 is the way to go. I just don't. Why should I mean, 4-3 is better, right? Work 4 days, get 3 off. Let me ask you a question. Did we just lose Julia? She'll come back.
She will return.
Yeah. So Mark, let me ask you a question.
Yeah, go ahead.
On what level are you a socialist? On what level?
That's a great question.
Yeah, of course it is.
People don't want to admit it, but I have some socialist answers.
Of course you do. We all do. I want to know on what level, 1 to 10, or I guess it'd be 0 to 10, right? 0 as in, how, I guess almost like
grandmother gets no benefits.
Hold on. I gotta bring Julia up. Yeah, all right, so let me bring Julia up, and then I can continue on, because there's that gap of when you go from listener to speaker. So,
Right. I always miss the issue as soon as that happens. I'm like,
Well, but you miss the issues when we're talking, though.
Well done. Yeah, I guess I do.
So, I mean, that's okay. I'm just waiting for Julia to take it. She may be having some issues on her end. All Okay, that's not the way I meant it. Don't lie. She's gone again. All right, we'll try it again. All right, so Mark, on 0 to 10, like 0 is like, all right, Grandma, you want some money at 85? Go out and fucking work for it. And 10 is, hey, everything, everybody owns everything, and we're all,
right.
we're all gonna share it equal.
29